Stakeholder workshop. So we have here members of our community and our consultant, VHB. You all may know VHB has a special tie to the town. That's Lauren Blackburn, who was our planning director previously, now VHB. So really glad to have these folks here working with us on our plan, and really appreciate you all coming here this morning. Just, I guess, logistics. I think everybody knows the bathroom is going to kind of be down here to your right. So you go down here to the right. Some refreshments over there. We're a fairly long program today, so, and all very busy people. So if you need to step out, take a call or whatever, please do that. So, again, thank you all. Is there anything else that I've forgotten? Okay, well, with that, we'll go ahead and get started, and there's Lauren.
Thanks, Doug. And if I remember correctly, the fire department is beneath, it's like the bottom floor of this building. So if you hear very loud sirens, it's because they're physically with us. Just one other kind of fun fact about Town Hall. And I understand that most of the Town Hall is actually physically moving over to South Street soon, but we're in this physical facility here for now. I'm Lauren Blackburn, and in addition to just making this sort of like a family reunion for me, when I got to see some of my former colleagues here and some other residents that I've gotten to know in the past, I'm really glad to be able to be here with you all today, as well as some other colleagues of mine. This is Kara Peach and Connor Clausen, also with VHB, and in addition to working with you all on this Vision Zero plan, we do a lot of work around the state and around the country on traffic safety and roadway safety in general. So just glad to be able to marry these two deep interests of ours, just be able to work in a special town like this on a very important topic. And we'll provide a lot more context. And then we know that many of you are not affiliated with transportation or traffic safety. So, we will do our best to explain vocabulary in terms that we might just kind of like become part of us, but please raise your hand if you hear us say a word or a term that's unfamiliar. We need to make sure that we don't let that be a barrier to us having a good conversation today. And we do want this to be interactive. We'll go through kind of the schedule of things in just a moment, but and we'll do introductions as well. But this will hopefully be interactive. As Doug mentioned, we do have a full agenda. We've got a good sized break in the middle of the day for folks to either go, explore some of the several restaurants nearby, or we may look into some options. If you're here for both morning and afternoon, we may be able to bring some food in. So we'll talk later about that later in the morning. So anyways, thank you again for coming, and we'll go ahead and kind of orient you guys to the schedule. Is there it in there? Okay. Which way does this go? All right. I'm going to look over my shoulder. All right, after we do a quick round of introductions, and we have a couple questions for you guys to answer for us, we will talk about what is Vision Zero. Vision Zero is a term that's been used for actually decades in other countries in particular, but also in the United States. And then we will, after we've given that context, we're going to talk about how it fits in with a state level plan, which really is the framework that we want to connect to, because that's also an important opportunity from a funding perspective, and that's the state strategic highway safety plan. After we've done that, we will have a lot of discussion today data is telling us about safety, roadway safety for all roadway users in the town and the entire planning area surrounding Davidson. I imagine many of you, especially if you live here, you understand what I mean by the planning area. Davidson has a very interesting geography to it, right? So you've got the sort of core part around downtown, but you've also got the neighborhoods following Davidson Concord Road out on 73, and then a lot of more rural area kind of patchworking around that. So the map we see on the easel over here is really the area we're talking about today, just to kind of put that frame of reference out there, that we're looking at the whole of the town as well as the area surrounding it, that sometimes we refer to as the rural area. Because when we get into data, you'll start to see why that becomes important. But there's a lot to unpack there, and absolutely we know a lot to learn from you all as well, especially if you live here. So please, feel free to make sure that if you have a question, concern, an idea, just feel free to raise your hand, and we'll make note of that. In the afternoon, we will recap. So we know that we're all, as Doug said, we're busy people. You all are very busy people, and thank you again for setting aside so much of your day to do this. If you cannot stay with us in the afternoon, that's okay. In the afternoon, we may have new people come that weren't able to be here in the morning, and that's fine as well. We'll do our best to kind of bring them up to speed. So it really is divided into those kind of two major chunks. This morning we'll talk about data and information. The afternoon we'll kind of dig into it and start to understand some of those trends. And then, so there may be some new faces in the afternoon based on their availability. And then we'll recap what those next steps look like. Just for just a quick orientation about where we have been so far in this process, we're still at the very beginning, really at the beginning of this overall process. We've done, our team has done some work just getting reacquainted with some of the local plans. We've been having a series of conversations with town staff as well as the Vision Zero Task Force and some of the folks who have been members of other related organizations and task force, just getting up to speed on some of the work and learning from them about what they've already been doing and what they continue to want to push forward with. And then as we learn more about that, we wanted to have a multidisciplinary approach. So as we do our introductions, I think you all will understand that this is a group of people that represent many different disciplines. And that was very intentional because we need to understand through different lenses, different experiences, what does traffic safety, what do roadway safety issues mean, what are some of the causes behind it, what are some of the problems on the ground. So we'll talk more about that. And then we have several more months ahead of us with this planning process to learn and to digest what we learned today in future meetings, and then we'll continue to work with the town and local citizens to be able to produce what can be an effective strategy for implementing Vision Zero and accomplishing some of the goals that you all will help us understand. So any questions about the overall kind of breakdown? I think everybody's got a more detailed agenda in front of them as well. Good? All right. Well, I'm going to turn it over to Kara, and she is going to walk us through some questions to make sure that we all know who all is in the room, and then also learn a little bit more from you all about what you know about roadway safety in Davidson.
Okay, so we're just going to do a quick round robin. I think we have a small enough group here that we can actually spend some time to introduce ourselves. And then after we do that, we're going to have we're going to have a poll, basically. And so we're going to have, normally during meetings like this, we ask you put your phones away and we have your attention. I'm going to ask you to get your phones out and get your laptops out, because we're going to have a little interactive. And if you don't have a phone or laptop with you, and we can all help you. The three of us up here can help you submit an answer. But I'm going to bury the lead here and say we will be asking you for your biggest safety concern in Davidson, but the trick is you're only going to be able to use one word. So that, as we're doing our round robin of introductions, do pay attention, meet your peers, but be thinking in the back of your mind what you might be saying. So we're just going to go around the table here. We just want to hear your name, and your agency, and I think, you know, a couple of you in the room represent multiple groups, maybe a neighborhood, an agency, both your personal and professional. So just go ahead and share with us who you're representing at the table today. And I don't think I can start. So my name is Kara Peach, and I am with VHB, and I live in Apex, North Carolina. However, I have done I talk with my hands. I've done several statewide safety plans, several Vision Zero plans, including Greensboro, North Carolina, and some work for City of Raleigh. And then I work both with states and then national practices with Federal Highway Administration for highway safety and across the United States. So while we have our residents here who are the experts for Davidson, you know, the hat that I'm wearing today is kind of that national and statewide perspective of highway safety.
Everyone, I'm Connor Klassen, transition planner with VHB. I actually live and work in Charlotte, up by the university area. Come to the town fairly often with my dog. We love to go for many walks, so I'm very familiar with the area. I've also done some safety planning with Kara and with our other members of VHB, as well as bike ped planning, transit, and roadway. So I'm really familiar with the various factors that go into safety planning. And really excited to get this off with you guys today.
I'm Bruce McMillan. I live in the St. Albans neighborhood, which is a neighborhood of probably 240 single-family homes and townhomes sandwiched in between Gray Road and the McConnell neighborhood. And I'm here representing that neighborhood. I'm a member of the Council of Stewards, which is sort of a self-important name for the HOA board in that area. And I should mention I have to step out around 10:30, but hope to come back this afternoon.
Morning. I'm Cameron Clark, so I'm here professionally today as a representative from the Sustainability Office on campus, the College Sustainability Office. I'm in a new role that just started this summer there, working mostly with our students, but obviously looking at these things from a sustainability background often, so thinking about sustainable transit, things like that. From a personal perspective, I grew up in Davidson and was a Davidson student myself, and am a cyclist in my free time, so always thinking about that too.
My name is Andrew Golden. I am with the town. I'm a planner. I've actually only been here since January, but I do live in town over at the kind of Bexley Apartments over there near the lake. So I do frequently walk and bike around town.
Good morning, Clint Grant with Mecklenburg County Public Health, and I'm a resident of Charlotte, so a lifelong resident, but love milk bread, so I come under. And so part of my work with Mecklenburg County Public Health is on built environment and active transit and active living, and I also am heavily involved with the City of Charlotte's Vision Zero plan.
Hi everybody, I'm Scott Denham. I've been a daily bike commuter since 1990 in Davidson and live in town in the Greenway Eastway neighborhood, which used to be one-story ranches, and now it's mostly scrape-offs and 5,000 square foot starter castles. I teach at the college, and I was the vice chair of the pedestrian safety task force, and am really committed to making Davidson a safer, better place. So. Thanks.
I'm Shelley Roberts. I've lived here in Davidson for 10 years, and I'm here on behalf of the historic West Davidson neighborhood.
I'm Franlisa Krupa. I work with the Parks and Rec Department here in town, and I also live in town and do an awful lot of walking in town, so I want to keep it safe.
I'm Bucky Galloway. I'm the Western Region Field Operations Engineer with the NCDOT. I actually live near the Asheville area, but I cover this area all the way to the Tennessee state line. And my role is more or less transportation safety, troubleshooting, things of that nature, helping towns, helping the department develop plans to mitigate safety issues.
I'm Zach Gardner. I'm also with NCDOT. I'm the Division Traffic Engineer here in Division 10 and work pretty hands-on with this municipality as with others. I know Doug worked with him very regularly on items. Recently the pedestrian improvements over here at the 3 intersections. So we're around.
I'm Charlie Renow. I would like to say that yesterday I got a phone call from a friend in the west side of Davidson who, because she is involved in town as a volunteer on the green team, called me and said that she became aware in the last week of a young man who had died finally after a terrible wreck on East Rocky River Road in July. He is the father and sole, he was the father and sole caregiver of a little child. That's enough to say that as a member of the group that Scott just referred to, the Pedestrian Safety Task Force, I feel energized by wanting small town safety. Rest of my biography is long and not relevant, maybe. I came here as a student. I was pastor of the Davidson College Church for 20 years. I left for 15 years, but I came back to Davidson with my dear wife, where we reared our 2 sons, and this is home. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you too, because, you know, as we're going to get into data in a little bit here, and I think one thing that's important to remember is, you know, we see numbers and we talk numbers, but each one of those numbers is a family member, is a very important life to somebody and to our community. And so, you know, it's a very sensitive topic. We're very happy to have everyone here, and we'll get to you in the back row. Don't worry, you won't get out of not doing introductions. But yeah, yes. But you know, thank you, Charlie, for that reminder too. It's like that's why we're all here at the end of the day. So thank you.
I'm Leslie Willis, Director of Parks and Recreation, IT for today. I fell at that because I'm not that great at it. But thank you all for coming, especially the Pedestrian Safety Task Force and Vision Zero Task Force and our community members. Your voices are very important because you live here. So thank you, and we will utilize other voices throughout this process as well. So yeah.
I'm Duba Zluba, Senior Transportation Planner with the VHB Charlotte office. I apologize, I have to leave here pretty soon because of another event, but just wanted to help us set up this morning and see how it goes. Happy to be here today.
Yeah, I'm Doug Wright. I'm a project manager for the town. I'm more or less a lifelong Davidson resident, and like to ride my bike to work and all of my appointments. I still have been here for 12 years now and still don't have a work vehicle. So just really looking forward to a chance to change the way we look at things through this Vision Zero process and hopefully get some new ideas out of it. So I'm excited about that.
Well, thank you all. And this, you know, kind of the morning agenda, we're going to spend the next little bit talking at you almost, right? And so we're going to have time. We want you to pipe up at any time. You know, we have a small group here. We want you to interrupt, ask questions. We're going to have discussion. We have time reserved for discussion. In the afternoon, we're going to have a lot more kind of interactive, sit down. We're going to get to work really in the afternoon. So this is we're laying the foundation, and we build throughout the day. So thank you all for being here and, you know, starting the conversation today. So we are going to ask that question of what is your biggest, so now I need to exit here. I'm going to go, we don't need to do this one, but, oh This is what I'm going to ask you to do is go to, there we go. I'm going to ask you you can either do this on your phone or on your text. So you can text or open a web browser. So if you want to text, you can send a message. The number that you're going to send it to is 22333, and you're going to text the words safety VHV, and then you'll kind of get into the system. Or you can go to pollev.com/safety-VHB. And so then you're going to have this question. In one word, what is your primary safety concern for Davidson? Go. Thank you. And I think, since we have a small group, it might let you do it more than once. I can't remember how I set it up. So, so you can try to submit a second one if you have a second one. Trucks. Go ahead.
So just enter that number as 2.
Yeah, 2 2s and then 3 3s. And then you send a message of safety VHB, and then you should get entered into kind of the system here. We're going to use this again today and then later in the afternoon. So. And so I assume with the trucks, you mean heavy vehicles, large trucks, Ford F-150, but the big.
I would say Ford F-150 is 4.5 feet at the hood, which is taller than most middle schoolers.
Good. Transportation, cars, infrastructure, good. It's a good variety, and I think that's what kind of the theme that we'll see here today is that there are a lot of contributing factors: the size of vehicles, the speed of vehicles, the road around us, who's using the road, how they're using the road, where they're going to, what's their purpose for travel. Construction, that's good. Distracted, yes. I think Lauren and I, even today, driving, you know. Saw all of these things. So, very common.
That's all right. I'll figure that.
Bikes. Yep. So variety of transportation modes here. Does anyone need another minute? Okay.
I'm stuck in the software, so never mind.
Yeah, I am too.
Do you want to just tell us what your answer is?
Small town safety like Davidson.
That's more than one word. That's right.
Small town.
I got you.
I want to say vulnerable user, but that's not one word, so I'll say pedestrian.
Yes, or vulnerable. We got small. Thank you for who added small up here. So.
I put in Charlie's answer and it broke it into.
Oh, there you go. Yes. Yeah. So that's kind of the key. We try and get it down to one word just to get you to think, but really, it's if you put in more than one word, it's going to split it up. So, yeah. But okay, good. So again, really the exercise is, one, we want to get you familiar with this activity, but two, just see the variety of concerns. And it is hard to pick just one thing to be concerned about, because as we get into the conversation today, that crashes don't happen just independently of each other. There's multiple contributing factors, and that's what we're going to emphasize a lot today. So I'm going to turn it back over once we get out of here. All right. All right. Cool. Lauren.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, so what do we mean by Vision Zero? Maybe some of y'all have done some research on this or read, some articles and or looked at other agencies and their plans. It sounds like you're familiar with Charlotte's Vision Zero plan, and maybe others of you have taken a look at some examples like that. Vision Zero, just to kind of a fun history lesson, really kind of originated in Sweden a few decades ago, and for Vision Zero is stating that no fatalities are acceptable as a result of roadway crashes. And so with that goal of attaining zero fatalities, agencies like the country of Sweden, other European countries really started working towards policy change, infrastructure improvements, and in some instances, they have achieved zero. In Davidson's case, you have had years where you have not had traffic fatalities. Other years, you've had terrible events like Charlie has just described. But there are conditions where it is attainable. But really, what's behind it is not just achieving a number of zero, but moving towards an overall system that is enabling people to be able to move, drive, bike, and travel safely and comfortably using any of these kinds of modes of traffic. So, there's the goal or the outcome that you want maybe zero, but really it's, achieving an overall system that is supporting traffic safety in general. So we've got some examples we'll walk through of other Vision Zero type of approaches. But in general, you're also going to hear us talk about how all these approaches, these other plans, these other, starting with Sweden and other countries, it is a data-driven process, so we will talk about data a lot today. And we want to also recognize that every community is different, and you all have already, reaffirmed that as well. So what are the values we want to infuse into this approach that is really going to help this look like and be something that is going to be a Davidson version of, or a Davidson plan that is really going to help impact the safety culture and the outcomes that you all are looking for. So, there are some examples out there, but this plan really needs to be something that's going to be Davidson, that's going to support Davidson's Vision Zeros. So, the questions that we'll also ask are, some examples around implementation strategies that, you might expect. So, I'll go ahead and kind of pose this question to you all. Based on what you may or may not already know about Vision Zero, what are some examples of strategies that you might expect to come out of a Vision Zero plan or process? Any ideas?
Reduction of speed limit across the board.
Okay, yeah, so changes to speed limits.
Traffic circles.
Traffic circles.
Ongoing education of drivers,
Okay, ongoing education of drivers.
which is enforcement.
More crosswalks?
More crosswalks.
Identifying trouble areas.
Mm-hmm. So just finding the locations to start off with. Yep. Yeah, great example. So you all talked about infrastructure, you talked about education, just overall approaches, policy behind even things like speed limit setting, larger infrastructure improvements like road roundabouts and traffic circles, all have their roots in a safety planning type exercise. And in general, whether you call it Vision Zero or some other kind of approach, and cities are really kind of expanding the term to mean safety planning, right? So that's really what we're all about. Okay, so as I mentioned, it was originated in Sweden with the goal of eliminating traffic fatalities, and now serious injuries or severe injuries have been added to that overall platform. And Becky could absolutely give us all the definitions, but serious injuries have very similar characteristics to fatalities, especially in terms of some of the underlying risk factors and the reasons why a crash occurred. So that's often why we put those two types of outcomes together, because a lot of times the underlying reasons or the problems on the ground can be really similar in terms of what the outcome were. Did the person die, or were they seriously incapacitated? And these are serious injuries. So, but speed, for example, may be one of those common risk factors behind all those types of crashes. So we'll talk about fatalities and serious injuries together when we really kind of focus on that Vision Zero type goal. And it requires what we call safe system approach. We'll talk about that briefly. This is also an approach and a philosophy that has originated in Western Europe and Sweden. And so we'll talk a little bit more about what that is, but it is strongly connected to what we're talking about with Vision Zero. Multidisciplinary, so that's why you all are here. We've got representatives from transportation, several of you are residents of the town, and I also, Charlie, you said that your biography is long and you have a professional background that, may or may not be related to traffic safety, but both your professional background and your lived experience here are important qualifications, right? So you may have something you do in your day job that actually does help us understand what's going on here, like people, you mentioned that I think you had worked with the church. So you may have an understanding of how what causes people and some of the behaviors, but also just the underlying considerations there. So there's a lot to unpack in this. We will not be able to answer all those questions as far as this planning process, but it's complicated, right? So that's why we want that multidisciplinary approach, public health. You guys take a different approach to the systems that are undergirding what causes and what are some of the risk factors, what's causing us to make decisions, and what are some of the other mental health concerns and challenges that people are enduring just as a result of life every day. How does that relate to transportation? So that's why we have all of you here today. And then also that data-driven approach. Again, we will talk a lot about data throughout the day, both data in terms of quantitative information, but also data that you all can share about what you know about your neighborhood, your street, the people you live with, you're related to, you work with, and what you've heard them share. So ultimately, we are talking about impacting safety culture, identifying some of the strategies that could help address that, both through education strategies and infrastructure strategies, and it really takes a whole type of platforms and activities to really address that. All right, so safe system. Safe system it's a relative of the Vision Zero approach. In fact, they speak the same language. So the safe system principles that have been adopted by different countries, some cities, and even states and other agencies are addressing or identifying that there are some core principles behind what drives for a safe system approach. One is that the philosophy, as I mentioned earlier, or the approach that death and serious injury is unacceptable. That it is not a thing that we can any longer really just sort of accept as part of every day, but it is unacceptable and it must be addressed, right? So that's a different approach than saying, well, we can't avoid it, so let's, this is really kind of saying this is unacceptable, it is avoidable, let's work towards that. Related to that is acknowledging that humans make mistakes. Because we are human, right? So what does that have to say about even some of the data points that we see, but what do we do to address that? How do we work towards a system that recognizes humans make mistakes, also acknowledging that we're probably not going to be able to change that. We're not going to be able to fix people and eliminating the fact that we make mistakes. So what can we do to try to address that? Humans are vulnerable. I think Becky mentioned vulnerable road users. That's a term we use that kind of encompasses anyone who is, especially walking or bicycling, using scooters and other form of transportation that leaves you exposed if you're involved in a crash. Then that means that you are vulnerable to a more serious outcome, more serious injury. You can be vulnerable for a lot of reasons, right? So you may be out for a walk or a bike ride because it's something that you want to do for leisure or recreation. It may be something that it is your daily form of transportation, maybe because you don't own a car, or it is the way that you can get to work or to other services. So that puts us into a position where we're vulnerable. And you can also be vulnerable because you live in an area where the system around you has not been set up for success, right? So you can be extra vulnerable, not just because you may walk or bike, but because the system around you has an elevated amount of risk, a lot more cars, traffic is moving faster. Are you in an environment where you are vulnerable because of shift in some of the thinking, I think, over the last couple of decades in particular is whereas if you, I don't know if anybody has really kind of picked up on how the media describes traffic crashes. In particular, I know I was listening to some of that this morning on the news, and then if you read in the newspaper, if you compare newspaper articles reporting on a crash, especially where someone was killed in the incident, to how newspaper articles and writers are beginning to talk about that today, the language has changed, and it's for the better. So if you look at an article about 10 years ago, it may be, one example is where we may be talking about vehicle A hits vehicle 2, or vehicle hits person or object, and really not much in the way of describing humanity, right? Today, you read an article and it talks about a person driving a vehicle hits another vehicle, or a person with a name has been hit or killed, so there's more humanity. And that is really kind of getting at this responsibility is shared principle, which is explaining that we're all responsible for creating a safe system. So we're all responsible for looking out for the needs and the vulnerabilities of other roadway users. And that includes me as a driver looking out for the needs of a person walking and bicycling, and vice versa. So it's a responsibility is shared and not a one-way type of discussion, right? Safety is proactive. So this, in my opinion, is probably the one area that has really gained some momentum over the last 10 years. And this is the idea that as opposed to only thinking about and working on locations, such as what NCDOT does, and maybe Doug to an extent as well, as a crash occurs, there's a process in place where they go look at the location, figure out what's wrong with it, try to fix it. Those are things that still need to happen, but being proactive. So instead of always looking for or waiting for the crash to occur, do we know of other places that have characteristics that are very similar to another location where a crash has already occurred, and looking at the similarities and saying, well, the only difference is the crash happened here and not here. So really kind of looking proactively and addressing it ahead of any kind of safety before a crash occurs. So that's what we mean by proactive. And this is, again, where data really helps inform the process, because it can help us identify networks or locations that have risk for crashes, just like where the crashes have occurred. And so we want to look at both. And then redundancy is crucial. So this is another, I think, important layer of safe system approach, where the infrastructure improvement is going to be a key foundation, right? But as I think Scott mentioned, educating the community about both the reason why those improvements are being made, what was the safety problem behind it, but also what the purpose of that safety improvement is. How do you operate in it? I know I was here when the roundabouts, the multi-lane roundabouts were installed in Davidson, and there was a lot of conversation around those physical geometric improvements. Why are they here? How do you use them? That kind of education became really important, and I'm sure it's still an ongoing thing because you have new people coming in, so it really never stops. And that's an example of redundancy, to make sure that we're adding layers to the system to make sure that we're, we have appropriate channels for educating and continuous change. So, for the college students, for example, great example of people who are coming in new to the community every year. So, a prime example of folks that would benefit from that type of education. And so if those are the principles, and there's the elements, the ways that safe system approach is implemented. We all have talked about several of these already. Safe speeds, and I probably don't even have to explain this very much, but obviously speed has a tremendous impact on the frequency of crashes, but especially the severity of the crash outcome. So a person, we can talk about statistics later, but you all probably read some reports along the lines of, for example, a vehicle traveling at about 40 miles per hour or greater, striking a pedestrian, the chances of survivability are very low. So we're talking like 90% fatality rates at those speeds and higher. So we know that speed is a really critical part of the overall decision-making process. How do we make those changes, speed limit, other changes to the infrastructure in the system to be able to change the actual operating speeds of vehicles? We're primarily talking about cars, right? I don't think I've ever been in a Vision Zero or other safety planning process where we're trying to affect the speed of people walking, but so we're primarily talking about vehicle operating speeds. Safe roads. This is infrastructure. This is everything between at the kind of, we'll solve the simplest level of pavement markings and some signs. Some of the things that you all have been implementing on, or you're working towards implementing on the signals in downtown are kind of a step up from that to really kind of use other types of signage and enhancements to communicate restrictions to turning movements, bump it up more to some of those geometric improvements like the roundabouts, other physical improvements that really kind of physically tighten and constrain the geographic space, slowing speeds, giving more space for pedestrians, more crosswalks. So those are examples of everything kind of under the safe roads category. Safe road users, that's all road users, drivers, pedestrians, bicyclists of all ages and abilities. So when we're talking about pedestrians, for example, persons who may need mobility assistance, they may be wheelchair users, they may have no or low vision, other things that may affect their ability to be able to use the system the same as a very able-bodied person. So we need to keep that in mind, as that is the audience of people we're working for and we're planning for, is all of those abilities and ages. So I know Kara has 2 young ones. Some of you may have young kids or have friends who have young kids, and they have special vulnerabilities, right? They're still thinking and learning how to use the system. I know we probably hold with like death grips as you're holding the hand of your child to cross the road and educating them at the same time, because we want them to be safe, and we know that they're still learning how to use the system, the signals, looking out for all they just don't have the experience. And then you contrast that to the other end of the spectrum, older adults, their abilities and their ability to react to a situation, maybe slowing down when they're driving, walking, and et cetera. So we've got to keep that kind of range of abilities also in mind when we're thinking about how everything between signal timing, how long is the walk phase at a signal, to the visibility of the crosswalk with lighting, to make sure it's visible enough for anybody who may even have some visibility challenges or vision challenges. And then safe vehicles. Earlier when Kara was asking about, what Scott, I think you put the word truck in there. So what kind of vehicle size? There's also studies that have been published that have talked about the size of the vehicle, SUVs, large trucks, passenger trucks. As you mentioned, the hood size is about the same height as some middle schoolers. So, if you can't see the person, how can you avoid the crash? And that's part of the conversation here. How do we plan for, and what are some of the ways that the vehicle industry can try to respond to some of these traffic issues? Now, I don't know that the Vision Zero plan with Davidson is going to necessarily have as big an impact on the vehicle design industry, but we can think about that. How are you preparing for the design of your roads for those types of vehicles? At some point, we probably won't talk about this a whole lot, but vehicle technology is also adapting to connected and autonomous vehicles. We know that it's just continuing to unfold. How should we be thinking about that? What should the strategies do to say about that in preparation? And then lastly, post-crash care. So this is in the event of a crash. How, it's really kind of getting into that response. How quickly can the person involved that has been struck by a vehicle or involved in the crash injured, how quickly can they get the medical attention that they need to be able to minimize the severity of the outcomes? In a community, especially rural communities, this is a particular problem where it may take several minutes to longer. I don't know if, like in some parts of western North Carolina, it may take a long time to get to a higher order, what we call trauma be able to receive the right kind of care. And, you know, as anybody, if any of y'all are in the medical profession, I'm not, but, you know, every minute counts. So how quickly can you get somebody there? So that's, you know, distance to trauma, but also how's the roadway network facilitating the ability to be able to get medical attention to a person, to be able to help them be able to receive the care that they need. So that's also kind of part of this overall approach. Doug, for you, yeah, go.
Yeah, Lauren, when you were talking about safe road users, you reminded me of something that we used to talk about called 880. And haven't heard that in a while, but it just was a concept of making the roadway safe, not for 8-year-old drivers, but for people age 8 to 80 to move around on bike and foot, et cetera. You might even think of that nowadays as being older than 80, you know, because our population is aging. But that was always an interesting concept to me and useful way to think about things, and very challenging to think about an 8-year-old moving around town safely.
Right.
So.
Just kind of going off of that, within public health and my team, that's how we operate. Everything that we do is in the lens of an 8-year-old as well as an 80-year-old, as well as varying levels of disability and ability. You know, we want to make sure that all of the work that we do in the community is conducive to all individuals, not just the able-bodied, the adult that we often think about. And also, just real quick, when you mentioned safe speeds, you know, the speed of pedestrians never been talked about. I have been in meetings in the city of Charlotte where they have talked about the speed of scooters and how we need to have governors, you know, limiting the speed for scooters. However, zero conversation about limiting speed per se of vehicles, motor vehicles. So, interesting concept.
Any other responses or questions or ideas? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
But I can't stop. With the post-crash care, it also brings up, you know, just EMS in general. And two things with that is when there is a crash, you know, trying to eliminate secondary crashes, you know, so clearing the way, how do we get the EMS to the scene, but also preventing, hopefully, minor crashes. But we also think that when you exit your vehicle, you are now a pedestrian. And, you know, and preventing anyone who is working on the roadways or first responders or someone who has exited their vehicle, you know, making sure they're still safe on the road. So there's, you know, crashes from before a crash happens to after that crash happens, the safety of everyone. And then also thinking of where our data comes from. You know, what NCDOT works with is data that's collected by those first responders. And, you know, like that has a lot of impact as well of where those crashes happen. And we're asking a lot of our first responders to know about the type of roadway you've seen the crash form. I mean, it's extensive, and it asks questions of what was the roadway like? And, you know, so it's just, there's a lot to consider of when you start to really think 8 to 80, and then it's everybody who's also working on that roadway too.
And just one final thought, the safety is proactive. I think what gets lost in that is the funding bit, that there are heavy restrictions to what can and can't be funded through federal grants, state grants, you know, MPO grants, things of that nature. Pedestrian and cyclist infrastructure is usually one of the first things that gets cut. And while the state does follow complete street policies, there are also loopholes and ways to work around that to where they don't have to be implemented. And so I think it's an interesting omission that funding is not listed on there explicitly.
I think that's important to note that paying the bills is a principle and an element. But another thing that seems really absent from these sort of model or structured old ways of thinking is public transportation. You know, you put 30 people in a bus, you take 30 cars off the road. That seems often suppressed by sort of tradition and, you know, ideology and all that kind of stuff. But you mentioned, you know, that Vision Zero also has its roots in Europe and living in Germany and big cities and smaller towns. And even in tiny towns, public transportation is always in the mix all the time for everybody.
Yeah,
No, you started saying follow-up.
well, I'll quickly, but I do want to hear, I mean, that's a good point about, I think an important distinction between safety planning and other transportation planning type efforts where like transportation plans that Andrew might work on are gonna focus a lot on network and, you know, how do we prepare and support all mode choices, public transportation, be able to provide those options so that we don't have as many cars on the road. But then kind of pulling that in through a safety lens, you know, I think a good question we could dig into is if you can accomplish, or, you know, if you've got other type of infrastructure and planning work to try to get mode change happening, what can we expect from a safety outcome if you were, for example, shifting from driving to more public transit? And I think it would be interesting, and I think maybe sometime today we may have somebody from CATS with us, the transit system. You know, everybody here is like, flying is one of the safest modes of transportation there is, because if you think about how many people are in the air and relatively how few crashes there are of airplanes, you think about the numbers, you're like, okay. So then, you know, what's that mean for transit? Just, you can think about it from that perspective, and so if you're able to accomplish that modes change, what can we expect? So what's the safety lens part of that outcome? I think that's an important question. Go ahead, Charlie.
From the phone call I got yesterday, which is still ringing in my ears, from a member of the west side of Davidson, and in deference to Shelley's being here, it seems to me the Davidson Pedestrian Safety Task Force was correct to add to those 3 E's that you mentioned, education, engineering, enforcement, another one, equity. And equity, in my view, should not, well, I don't know where it fits on this chart. It's both a principle and related to the elements down there. Equity means that a road crossing in a historic black neighborhood on the other side of the tracks is a different proposition from one out here in front of everybody on Main Street, Davidson. I just think we had to ask the town to reconsider the number of people who sat on the volunteer pedestrian safety task force because there were 0 representatives of every neighborhood, of some neighborhood, namely west side.
Yeah, and we'll talk about E's and things, but you're right, there are many E's that really need to be factored in here, and I guess just one thing to kind of talk about that is when we're talking about the humans are vulnerable part, and we're talking about certain communities may have been historically overburdened with a system that is exposing them to more risk. Oftentimes that's in areas of increased poverty, or minority communities are in those, those are communities that are overburdened by some of those risks. So, you know, thankfully Shelley's here with us, and we've got other folks that I know you all have worked with. We can also, you know, try to, as much as possible, you know, think about looking at data and thinking about the places we know are overburdened and historically disadvantaged, and just asking ourselves, you know, what can we do to try to improve the equity? Like what you just, the example you explained is the decision-making process for approving a crossing in one part of the community the same and equal to how it is being addressed in any other part of the town. And that's where I think some of those prioritization decisions will be important, and even, you know, trying to really kind of overcome some of those historic decisions by putting more priority on improving communities where it hasn't been done in the past. So I think you're right. Like, and equity and a lot of these other E's are really kind of threaded through so many of these. But, you know, for the purposes of our Vision Zero process, this is really just background for all of us. It's not like we're going to have to follow our 5 elements and principles and 6 principles. Sometimes for like the 5 or the 6 or approaches. The work has been done in different countries, at different agency levels. As Kara mentioned, we've worked with NCDOT on their statewide safety plans. Well, she'll give more background on that later on. She mentioned Greensboro. We've got Charlotte has a Vision Zero plan. We just finished working with the Burlington Graham MPO, which is the Burlington, just east of Greensboro, the whole county effectively, and a little bit more. So it's been applied to different scales, and your neighbor to the north, Morrisville, is beginning a Vision Zero process as well. So it's becoming more prevalent. Mentioned that, again, the emphasis here is on zero fatalities and serious injuries, data-driven, multidisciplinary, and that at the end of this process, which is just the beginning of implementation and ongoing conversations, right, is identifying some strategies, projects, and timeline for implementation. If anything, this is an implementation plan. You guys have done a lot of work already of identifying some of the safety problems, hearing from community members and so forth about what you all know is happening on the ground. We don't need to redo that work, but how can we organize and gather all your ideas and put this into a format that can link up with the state plan so that you're better set up for more funding opportunities to get more stuff on the ground, whether it's infrastructure or other opportunities through federal grants, other efforts to be able to help support education. If anything, that's the immediate goal. One thing that I know we've learned in working with NCDOT and other partners around the country is, safety is not something, it should not be a long-term goal, right? So if you found that there is a safety problem, there's either a crash history, there's something that you just know is a safety problem, we've seen risk. This is not something you can put on the 30-year plan to address. So this is intentionally a much shorter timeline. We're talking like single-digit years is what we're really honing in here for from an implementation approach. So this may be very different from some of the other planning exercises that I've done where are more long-term focused. And it takes a lot longer to get more network on the ground, which is why it takes those plans, decades. But really, what can we do right now within either existing means and resources or partnering with other agencies to improve more of that work in just the next few years to address what we know is a problem already. So I'll go through kind of these steps, but you all heard me kind of go through this already a good bit. We've dug into some of your local plans. The mobility plan and other plans have been a really important framework for saying, in addition to what you all already have on the ground now, what else needs to happen to help improve some of those modal choices, to be able to improve the opportunity for someone to be able to walk, bike, take transit, more sustainable efforts. So there's those plan reviews, we've taken a look at that, but if you all know of something that's in the college's plan or another type of plan that we need to make sure we're taking into account, that's important. So,
Did you all look at the pedestrian safety task force presentation?
Yes,
Did you have access to the back end?
Google?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
and there's a lot in there.
Okay, wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Because, for those of you who don't know, the pedestrian safety task force, Shelley and Charlie and I, here, all three were on that, brought Vision Zero to the town. To the kind of high demand moment, and that was, I would say, a really teachable moment. There was a lot of pushback about the urgency of our demand and the timing, and just thanks to Charlie and Shelley and other members for helping keep the heat on. It was an election season, and there were all these good reasons not to do anything. And that's why we're here now, is because of the intensity that people brought to that conversation.
Yes. So yeah.
I'd say if that had been a passive group, this meeting wouldn't be happening right now. It was almost a year ago.
Yeah, so I don't know of any community where they're working on a safety plan or a Vision Zero plan and it wasn't resident driven, governors and other cities to adopt a Vision Zero ordinance, but they didn't have a task force like y'all on the ground to really kind of talk and think about these issues. There really isn't much more than a resolution that was passed.
Right. Well, there also didn't have 2 people killed by vehicles within 100 yards of the town hall
Right, so those
in 4 years.
can be very impactful to getting, people, and it's not hypothetical.
Right.
Right, so, yeah, and these types of, I think, the needs for those task forces won't go away with this. If anything, it's like continuing the drumbeat, right? And also to help educating your neighbors, other, parts of your community to be able to say, this is what I've learned through this process and what we already knew. Sharing and continuing to just engage and learn, and it will never stop. So, and we won't likely, well, I know we won't uncover all the safety problems, and new ones will be discovered. So that's, if anything, this is a framework that can just help kind of keep conversations going. That'd be great. Data analysis, we'll talk more about data later on, but I will say we're fortunate in North Carolina that we have one of the best, and Kara works with all the states in the country on different data systems. North Carolina DOT has the DMV and DOT, one of the best data systems in the country when it comes to the crash data. They do allow for a lot of that data to be available online and for easy access. Other data has personal information which cannot be released to the general public, and so there's some protections around that. But we work with them a lot, and we're able to use a lot of that data just from big pictures. So what we'll be sharing later today is the whole encompassing of all the crashes, all the crash types that help inform us.
I have a question about that came up in our conversations last year, which is what about data points that are not recorded? And our term for those was near misses.
Sure.
And there are some software applications, apps that are built with that in mind. There's the See-Click-Fix app that is available for the town of Davidson, where you can report various kinds of things. And so we imagined, a kind of process where people would have just education enough to know that if there was a near miss, there was an easy one-click way to report that. So part of that is like, a policy push on my part, and part of it is a question that crash data, just in my experience as a bicycle commuter, I've only been hit twice in 30 years, and neither of those were reported. But I have near misses every day.
Sure.
And so I think when we look at the data, look at all the crashes that didn't happen but almost happened, kind of like you said, let's look at a site that is similar to a place where there have been other crashes.
Yep.
So I'm wondering, I guess, when we get to it, how that's part of the model, or is that a deficit in the model from your point of view?
Well, I think we're still learning on some parts of that. The third layer here, the priority risk areas, is really kind of getting what you just mentioned about, what we can learn about historic crashes, where can we identify other risks, and there's a whole lot of data that goes in behind it. We won't talk, if you're interested in that, I can geek out all day on this stuff. Like, I love it too much. The great thing is that over the last few years, I think we've learned a lot about how to use the data to be able to define and identify risks. So I think we're pretty good on some of those types of risk-based models. And we've got some of that identified already here, so we'll explain that later.
Okay.
However, things like near misses, and I'll just kind of put it under a category of overall exposure. So, what is the likelihood of, being involved in a crash based on just numbers of cars, numbers of pedestrians, numbers of incidents in the physical environment? That's still an area that I think nationally we're still trying to figure out. There are these companies that are vendors who are, you can put a camera up at a signal and collect data, and then you can analyze it, and it can give you a bunch of data points. Then we have to figure out what we do with that information, and when does it, what's it mean? I think that's really kind of the I am traveling on a roadway where frequently I notice other cars are crossing the center line, or I'm having to maneuver differently because there's just not enough space, or there's too much space, or speeds or just seems excessive. Like these kind of qualitative data points, I think, just help us better understand what's going on the ground. But I know you guys, I don't know if you have some opinions about that, the other kinds of data sources or information about how to describe these things that may not be recorded or recorded, but if you have any other kind of ideas around that.
Our programs, our funding programs with the DOT, and we're evolving. We are looking more risk-based, particularly with vulnerable users. But historically, everything's been history-based and not on potential and risk. We are evolving. How do we capture that? It's very difficult. We mainly, right now, our scoring system is primarily based on exposure. And that's, and exposure is how many, say, for example, it's a crosswalk or a sidewalk or some type of pedestrian improvement, how many pedestrians are using it, how many interactions do they have with vehicles, how many vehicles are on the road. So we have a kind of a scoring system to fund projects, but we're still evolving that as we learn, how to capture it better. But we have come a long ways in the last, say, 5 years. A really very incremental increases, but we still got a long ways to go, particularly in planning, especially larger projects that may have impacts on communities and right-of-way, and how do we jockey that? How do we prioritize that? What should be the priority? I mean, we built a very wide, typical roadway. It does have impacts, and the tendency is from historic DOT is where we're going to have to eliminate pedestrian infrastructure, bike lanes, things of that nature. And obviously, in a lot of cases, that's not the right answer. We got to find other ways to accommodate. So we're going through that process and trying to evaluate, and that's a very good conversation. I appreciate you asking that.
Yeah, and I think as we have activities and things planned for the afternoon, but I think, Scott, what you just mentioned is, where's the other kind of data? I mean, that's something that we need to just go ahead and kind of mark down as like, is this something that we want to kind of put on our list of things to think about in this planning exercise? What's the strategy? What's the policy? What should be an approach for folding in other ways of describing near misses and other events like that? So, all right, stakeholder engagement. This is an example of that to an extent. Engaging with the task force, engaging with other disciplines. This workshop, of course, is a key part of that, but it won't be this event alone, of course. We've got to keep on hearing from your neighbors, your community members, and keep the conversation going with commissioners and others about the importance of this. And then lastly, we will, like I mentioned, fold this into a implementation-focused plan, which is really focusing on some of those strategies, policy-type approaches. It won't get into the details of, at XYZ intersection, do this very specific infrastructure change that requires a lot more detailed analysis, but can we identify those places that need to be reevaluated? And in general, based on the whole of the safety problems, do we think there's some strategies that could be applied to all that have those types of conditions? So if we see a predominant problem around speed, what's a strategy that could influence that problem across many locations, right? So it'll be kind of that level of strategy and implementation. And I already mentioned timeline is going to be really key here because we want to make sure it's short term, it's focusing on those problems and issues that we know are happening right now, and focusing there. The 4E related not at all to, mean that we're not considering other types of approaches in the process. So Vision Zero efforts, in case you're not aware about who else in the state are talking about Vision Zero, doing Vision Zero type work. We mentioned Charlotte, we got Mooresville, who's, my understanding, just started their process as well. We've got Greensboro on here, a bunch of different types of Vision Zero type work happening in the Triangle. Whether or not they're called Vision Zero, it may be more of a safety plan or maybe a very mode-specific safety plan. And then Greenville, interesting model. They have a task force that has been meeting for like 15 years. And it is kind of like the people in this room, from healthcare to public health to transportation to the law enforcement, neighborhood residents. They've been meeting for a long time, actually, really kind of talking about safety in general and working towards some strategies to improve safety. Wilmington, Fayetteville. One thing I'll just say is a lot of the communities here are either, it's just part of their ingrained philosophy as a community, like Davidson, Chapel Hill, others, is just, making sure that roadways are supportive of safe and travel for all types of modes is a philosophy there. Other communities are working towards this because they have noticed they have a significant safety problem, and the trends are going in the very wrong direction. So they've now kind of realized that they've got to take some action to be able to address that. So there's lots of different reasons why these communities are getting into this. In case you didn't know, DOT owns most of the major roads in our state. You probably knew that. So they are a key partner to all these types of efforts. So I'll just go, these are the 4 E's that are in most of the literature that supports Vision Zero, but as I mentioned, these are linked to these other types of approaches, safe system. Other E's that may not be an E on this chart, such as, consideration for equity, encouragement, other empathy is another important part of this as well. This kind of goes back to the newspaper article, like example I mentioned, how do we describe safety from a human perspective and what people have been experiencing, what Charlie was explaining about the conversation you had yesterday. That's at the core of really kind of understanding these are human lives, neighbors, friends, family, and that's really at the core of this. So, in addition to that, again, we're talking about engineering strategies, education. Public health is a powerful ally on this because you guys work with the community all the time. Enforcement, so this is not just in a situation where we're talking about law enforcement issuing citations to people for infractions, but also how can they help engage to help better educate the community or provide support to somebody who is, they are in an unsafe environment. So how can they help learn from and even bring that information back into this process? And emergency services, like Kara mentioned, it's everything between getting response times improved to trauma or getting to the site of the incident, and understanding linkages between the data that we use a lot in traffic safety to hospital records. So don't have time for that so much, but it's hard, and we don't have great systems in our state for linking crash data to hospital records. There's been some work, I think UNC, Highway Safety Research Center and others have been exploring how you connect those two, but why is that even a topic? It's because we know, as you mentioned, there were 2 incidents where you did not report or somebody did not report incident. That's happening a lot. We know that underreported crashes are probably somewhere in the 20 to 30% range. So what do we not know? So yeah, we have a lot more that we can be doing on the data. Strategies that could help and support that are, that coordinated medical data I just mentioned as an example. What can enforcement do to help support community members while at the same time, diligently applying the laws. One thing that I know that you have people in Davidson use the system, use the roadway networks. A lot of folks who travel in Davidson who are not from here, and what do they know about about the conditions, the expectations for drivers. What role does law enforcement have in that process as well? A lot of different things we can do in education. And I think we're still learning more about that. Is it better to have visible posters and promotional marketing materials, or is it better to have a different kind of campaign approach where it's, you talking to your neighbor and, just some other types of approaches? And engineering kind of goes without saying, all the infrastructure and things that we talked about, but not just want to give a shout out to our friendly traffic signal system. We have our division traffic engineer here. It's not just about the pavement markings, the signs, and the curb lines. It's also about how the signals themselves are set up to be able to support safer speed, safer operations. All right, lots on here. So some successes, won't go through all this, but there have been a lot of plans that have been developed and enacted across the country. The big key things that have been successes out of this is the better your communication, the more successful the planning effort is going to be. So, if everybody is kind of taking ownership of communicating back to your neighborhood, the commissioners, and keeping them informed, you have a much better success rate of accomplishing some of the goals. And partnerships, it's a key reason when we have the county health department, we have DOT here, is because they are partners to be able to get some of this work done. Infrastructure is a core part of this, right? So, we will talk a lot about engineering as part of this process because that's kind of at the root of it. Probably one of the most effective things that we can do to really affect change on an ongoing basis, while these other things can be layers to support it. And there are some success stories out there. So, Fremont, California. One thing is, I think several, Charlie mentioned in particular, how can Davidson, as a small town, what's the Davidson Vision Zero look like? I don't know. It'd be interesting to kind of be able to find out for sure. Is Davidson possibly the smallest population in the country that will have a Vision Zero plan? I think that's actually very possible. That's cool, actually. So we don't have many examples of small towns to look at from a Vision Zero perspective. It's a lot of large cities, big counties like Hillsborough, where Tampa is, Seattle, New York City has got a well-established Vision Zero approach. Fremont, California is a smallish city. I think their population is maybe like 40 or 50,000 population. Hoboken, New Jersey, I don't know if y'all paid much attention to them. Well, we have, because they've been on a very positive streak, I think, of about 4 years now of no traffic fatalities. And compared to a peer, I think it's Newark. Anybody here from New Jersey? There's another community in New Jersey about the same size who hasn't been applying a Vision Zero approach, and they've seen a very different outcome. So Hoboken's smallish, but there's some examples that we can work from. But I think you guys are really going to be forging new examples for other small towns around the country to follow. All right, I did way too much talking. I know I got distracted to do that. But we do have a couple questions that we wanted to learn from you finally, about what all this might mean in terms of affecting safety culture in the town. Do we have a poll for this?
No.
Okay. So, based on what we just talked about with the approaches, the core approach of thinking about layers, infrastructure being kind of at a foundation, all the different types of disciplines that need to be involved, and there's redundancy in this, the way that we approach this. What do you think safety culture, what is changing a safety culture in Davidson mean to you? Anybody can start with this. I know the Pedestrian Safety Task Force, you guys have talked a good bit about this. I know you want to say something, Scott.
You read our report. I want to hear what Cameron has to say.
My initial thought was kind of related to this create a culture of safety, I was thinking about, growing up in Davidson, I think a lot of us love the fact that it's got a small town feel to it, and something I was and continue to be guilty of at times is because of that, I think about like evenings in the summertime in town where it's pretty quiet after a certain point in the evening, and you can get pretty comfortable just, crossing the road wherever you're at. And so I think it goes back to the point about it's a shared responsibility. So if, I think a lot of us want to push for the improvements in infrastructure. If we want to see that, we also have to be willing to use it and do things the right way as a pedestrian. And same thing as a cyclist, signaling, lights, just, meeting people where they're at.
Yeah, just going off that, I think I like the infrastructure approach too, of just like if you build it, people will use it. So I think the more multimodal, more bike lanes, all that kind of stuff, the more people start using these things, the more they realize about their own safety in it too, and kind of could, help change that safety culture a little bit.
Building on that, Andrew, so I was talking to somebody yesterday, I'm not sure, it was somebody on DOT about some other project we're working on, but we were talking about, you in driving on a relatively busy road. I'm going to I'll pick on Griffith Street for a moment. Driving on Griffith Street, you get a sense, there's a lot going on there, but when you walk next to Griffith Street or you bike on Griffith Street, you, of course, are like very close to all of the action, but you feel more exposed, right? And it's not just there being a vehicle near you or a lot of the interactions, but the sounds, the just climate of that is sort of hostile in occasions. Now, you don't have too many roads that are of the major arterial. It is a lot to do with Davidson's sort of development philosophy over the last several decades as well. But if you've been in situations like that, that can impact your approach to safety culture. Like just knowing that it is a physical environment, but it can also just be emotionally hard to walk next to a major road. We mentioned the large freight trucks or large vehicles in general. Sometimes, I don't know if as part of the task force, when y'all were talking about safety culture, one word that I know has been hard to explain or just have a common definition of is comfort. And what does that mean in a safety context? So, have you talked about that?
We talked about that for a long time, about one aspect of a healthy population is a non-stressed population. And the relationship between moving around town as a pedestrian or a cyclist or an 8-year-old or an 80-year-old is the health impact that comes from stress, just like you're saying. And, we don't have to invent ways of reducing that. If you continue the Griffith Street line for a minute, imagine if there were a hard barrier bike lane and no parking. And you make parking infrastructure somewhere off the road. There's a lot of space there for 10 spots over against the trees on the grass on one side, or the back end of Roosevelt Wilson Park maybe for another 10 or 20 spots, and then you've got basically the parking covered. And you have a hard barrier bike lane both sides. That keeps, there's plenty of room there, right? If there's no parking, y'all could build that. Whether or not that fits in, like you were saying, kind of the old style models, or whether that's looking forward. The town could make the parking happen. The state could make the two travel lanes work, and you could have a hard barrier, and that would keep the pedestrians along the pond, 25 feet away from the trucks instead of 10 feet away from the trucks or whatever. So we could imagine all that, but one of the things we did talk about was sort of stress and comfort level, and how, like you said, the iron grip with a little kid crossing the road. I mean, that's demonstrates stress, which is not healthy. But then, that costs a pile of money to make a really sort of forward-looking, hard change like that. I mean, we learned really quickly, there's a lot of impediments to that in terms of cost and sort of, historical ideas about structure and all that sort of business. But I think public health would be a huge advocate for making those kind of arguments.
It's an easy argument too.
Trade-offs, right? Like, there are some trade-offs.
Well, I don't know what the trade-off would be, except maybe people having to walk from a parking a little bit. That's not much of a trade-off to me.
Sure.
So instead of opening their car door into the traffic lane with their baby carrier.
Like the trade-off is walking a little further to get to a parking space or something like that. It's just an example. Yeah.
A lot of stuff buzzing in my head. I don't want to take too much time. But Cameron mentioned the different moods of Davidson. The mood changes when 2,000 students come in the fall to live in our town. The mood changes from Saturday morning when people do nose-in parking in front of the library and take their baby buggies across the street. Parents are frightened when they hold their children's hands, and that was a testimony from those who came before the safety task force. I am frightened to take my children downtown, just even take them downtown, because they don't understand all this. So we have a range of, when my kids come home, they grew up here a long time ago, I say, speed, watch out, because Davidson is wide open, and don't speed. I mean, they're tired of hearing me say that, but we live with this kind of wonderful, small-town, comforting home atmosphere, but it's threatened. And I think the contrast between those two makes our work hard.
Yeah, that's true. Any other thoughts about, Shelley, I'm not trying to pick on you, but, safety culture, what does that mean to you?
Changing the safety culture, I just think it means making residents aware of expectations, surrounding safety for pedestrians, drivers knowing what's expected of them and adhering to those expectations, because we do have people here who they speed. And I notice, like, when I'm coming down Davidson Concord Road, that speed limit changes from 35 to 25, and people don't seem to see that sign. And I see it. I slow down because I know what it's for. You're approaching an area where there's a lot more pedestrians, and so you need to be aware. And if you're speeding, you can't see what's going on around you. You can't see that people may be stepping out into, a crosswalk, and you need to slow down. You may need to stop.
That's a great point. There are these transition zones, like you pointed out a good one, on down Davidson Concord. There's development has continued to build up out there, and so there's a lot of people out there, but that still is a more or less a rural roadway. So there's change happening there. How do people? What are the expectations, and what is kind of the future thinking about what should be an expectation for, when you're coming up from 73 or you're on 73, which that's a whole other thing because there's changes planned out there, but it's different than probably some of the same considerations we have for downtown. All right, good topics, good question. All right, I'm sure we're behind here. Do y'all break or just kind of take a break as needed? Okay, just jump in. Well, I will take the opportunity to ask John, because I know John, to introduce himself. And John, what we did earlier, we've been talking about sort of approaches for Vision Zero and so forth, but everybody introduce themselves, like, their neighborhood or particular discipline that they represent. You could introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm John Cock. I'm a resident of Davidson. I live in the Davidson Woods neighborhood, which is a really urban. And I was part of the pedestrian safety task force, which 2 years ago.
Our report was last December, a year ago. So we convened from July, really August, once we got the thing in place, August to November.
Got 4 kids that have walked or biked to school in Davidson for the last decade or more. And I'm a professional planner as well.
Thanks, John. All right. Well, again, if you need to take a break, feel free. The restrooms are kind of out there in the middle atrium. Just head that direction. At this point, I'm going to hand it back over to Kara, and she's going to give y'all a brief overview of the state strategic highway safety plan. Just keep in mind, how do we plug into this? When we talk later about data, pay attention to some of the what the data looks like at the state level, why they, what they picked in terms of these emphasis areas. How do we align with that? What does it look like? How are we different from some of the approaches there? So
Thank you.
Sorry, just take a poll. It gets really cold in here.
it is quite chilly.
It is
And
cool.
so-
It feels like the air's on.
I'll take a poll. If people want me to turn it up or down or stay where it is, or
Maybe like a little,
we all good?
maybe like one,
Cold?
maybe one.
I was
Maybe
shaking.
just
Start the Civil War. I would turn up 1 degree.
1 degree.
That works.
And if it's wrong, let me know. Right?
And then if anyone needs to
I
stand up
see
and
it-
do
I
some
see
jumping
everybody
jacks.
kind of hugging themselves, so we'll see.
Let's go ahead and
So I'm going to put you on the spot since you just walked in. So we were just about to transition to another topic. Do you want to introduce yourself real quick? There's spots at the table too.
Hi, I'm Lisa. What's the introduction?
You'd say your name and who you kind of represent, either a neighborhood or an agency, or what your professional or personal.
Oh, the whole spiel. Oh, okay. I'm Lisa. I live in West Davidson, and I represent West Davidson. I'm on Lakeside Avenue, and then I own a business development company, Love Streams of Luxury, and then I sit on the sustainability committee, and maybe I'm on the advisory board for the affordable housing and something. A few other committees.
And was on our task force as well. So there's 5 of us here
Yes.
now.
So very
You called
busy.
me yesterday.
Oh, okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go real quickly here over the North Carolina Strategic Highway Safety Plan, and I have to tell the same joke that I tell all the time when we talk about this, is that we refer to it as an SHSP. And the question is, so I came from public health, and if I were to go to this is what Lauren talked about earlier, that language norming is one of the big things that comes through these types of plans. If I were to go back to my colleagues in public health and tell them that North Carolina had an SHSP, their number one question would be, is it contagious? So that is why we have meetings like this, so we can all explain to each other what it is and why it's important. So every state has an SHSP. It's not contagious, it's required by law. So the federal government requires that every state has a strategic highway safety plan. It's a 5-year plan, and it evaluates, the purpose is to set your state's goals for highway safety. And we say highway, so, this isn't just 40, right? Like, this isn't just 85. This is, when we say highway, it really means all roads. And so we have seen more states go towards removing highway from the plan and move it to, their strategic roadway plan or their strategic safety plan, and just kind of dropping that highway, because I think it kind of brings up some connotations for some people. But essentially, it's a plan that looks at what's happening on the roads and how do we plan to address it. It's Vision Zero, right? It's the same. We're data-driven, we're stakeholder-driven. And like I said, it's a 5-year plan. It goes by real quick. Like we're already talking about how to update the next plan, and this is our 2019 plan that we went through. This is kind of a messy little graphic. I'm not going to take credit. I'm going to blame FHWA on this graphic. So this is the idea of what is a strategic highway safety plan? How is it related to everything else in the state? So the SHSP sets up the funding, or it's related to the state's highway safety improvement program, so the HSIP, which is the federal government's primary and largest funding source for infrastructure improvement within the state. So every state receives HSIP, HSIP, funding from the federal government. It's the primary safety funding source for every state, infrastructure. So if NCDOT and FHWA is infrastructure, we also have NHTSA, which is the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, and then we have our Governor's Highway Safety Administration within North Carolina, which is kind of the behavioral side. So they focus a little bit more on enforcement and education. They develop a highway safety plan, an HSP, not to be confused with an SHSP, right? So there's a lot of different relationships here of required state plans, required funding plans that get different funding sources from the government, from the federal government that come to North Carolina. So why we have that SHSP, it lays out a plan for how we would take that HSIP funding from the government, from the federal government, and improve our safety within North Carolina in terms of infrastructure, but we also incorporate that highway safety perspective with the behavior as well. So the SHSP, it comes from NCDOT, but is a North Carolina plan. So NCDOT funds it, but it is really supported by all the different players within North Carolina. So to develop this latest plan, it involved stakeholder engagement. We had 3 regional meetings, 2 statewide workshops, day-long workshops, and then we also had focus groups or working groups that worked together. I think each one met 4 times in person, so obviously pre-2020, to then hone in on developing the strategies and actions that are in this plan. Now, it's a big plan, and that's okay. There's a reason for that. But so our goal, one of the primary factors, purposes of the SHSP is to develop a goal for the state. And so our goal for North Carolina is to reduce fatalities and serious injuries by half by 2035, moving towards 0 by 2050. So that's, this is more of a towards 0, but Vision Zero still approach. We're like, that's ultimately the goal. If we want to achieve 0, this is setting the path for how we're going to do that. So as it's data focused, data driven first, we took all the NCDOT data and did 5-year data analysis. So this is statewide. This is all the crashes that are happening in North Carolina. And because it's a big state, because it's a big data source, North Carolina takes the approach where we really want to focus in on every type of crash that happens in North Carolina. So I think Brian Mayhew once famously said, if an opportunity for funding opens, I want to be able to drive a truck through it. And that is why we address every type of safety concern, almost every type of safety concern in North Carolina. These are the emphasis areas. So we have 150 some strategies that fall under these categories. But these are kind of the big rocks, right? If we could reduce fatalities and serious injuries within these crash types in North Carolina, would have a significant impact on the fatalities and serious injuries within the state. I mean, we would get to zero. I mean, if we reduced speeding-related crashes in North Carolina, we would be huge impact on the numbers and the safety here in North Carolina.
Are these ordered by?
No, they're just randomly up there.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. That's a great question. There is, there's no order of importance. And one of the activities that we did to kind of take that, speeding has the most amount of crashes, is we did this crosswalk, this overlap, where we looked at the relationship between the crashes. And so we looked at, because, so I always use the example of roadway departure crash. That's the other huge contributing, significant portion of the crashes in North Carolina of roadway departure. But a car does not simply just depart the road, stand alone, depart the road. There's a lot of contributing factors to the seriousness of the crash, the outcome of the crash. One, it could be speed related. It could be distracted. It could be wet road related. Then it could be, two, what's happening on the side of the roadway? Was there something to get the driver back onto the roadway? Were there rumble strips that encouraged them back onto the road? When they departed the road, was there another user on the road that they impacted? Was there a fixed object like a tree that they hit? Were they wearing a seatbelt? So there's all of those factors can contribute to how serious that crash was and that crash outcome. And then we can look at all those contributing factors. If we're going to focus on speed, let's also focus on roadway departure. Let's also focus on seatbelt usage and distracted driving. And we can't just focus on one thing alone. So we looked at all that data and we kind of did that overlap exercise. We also grouped our emphasis areas by kind of these focus areas that could help us focus a little bit more. So we took all, our human behavior. We're really like, how can we all work together in human behavior? Because again, we don't work alone. We don't just work on one thing. We wear a lot of different hats. And so our human behavior was alertness, occupant protection, substance impaired driving and speed, roadway infrastructure, intersections and lane departure, all users, younger drivers, older drivers, motorcyclists, pedestrians, bicyclists, and personal mobility, and data and evaluation. And this is, we don't really have any data and evaluation is important because we're trying to track what we're doing in North Carolina. It does have an impact on highway safety, of how we make decisions. But it is a little, different. And then ultimately, it's that safety culture that involves all of these different emphasis areas, is how we're impacting the culture of safety in North Carolina. So, okay, so I want to show you the website just really quickly, instead of bringing up the whole plan.
And while she's doing that, it's all like he was trying to find, there are a couple packets of what we call a briefing book, just a couple on each table. These slides are not in there primarily because pretty much everything Kara's going through is in the plan on the website, which she's about to try and navigate. So anyways,
yeah. So this is, and I want to show this because, and why we're talking about this is one, that we said that this is the primary safety funding source. And two, there's a lot of strategies and actions that are related to the types of crashes that you will see in Davidson. If it's happening at a statewide level, it's probably happening at a local level. To varying degrees in different areas. So one of those you can see here is each emphasis area has a different map. So we can identify, this is counties that have the most, are kind of the highest rates of these different types of crashes. So that's one thing you can find here on the website is a map for each each emphasis area. You can see each emphasis area has its own webpage. Here's that overlap I was talking about, the contributing factors. So for intersections, it's related to look at all those different emphasis areas, those crashes. And then note too that it could be multiple things. So an intersection crash could also be related, involve an older driver, a pedestrian, seatbelt, and distraction. So that's how we do that. Here's our 5-year trends, and so you can look at serious injuries, fatalities, and the 5-year average. And so we also talk about 5-year average because it's going to kind of smooth the data out a little bit because we have years that are blips. Like we saw just VMT decrease in 2020, but severity of crashes increased. And so every state right now is trying to figure out when they go to do their 5-year update, what are they going to do with the 2020 data and the 2021? Because it's an outlier, right? That's what we thought. We thought 2020 was going to be an outlier. Well, we're still seeing the trends for certain crash types increase and continue to increase over the years. I mean, back in the first recession for my age was back in the 2010, 2011 time, that, man, did our data looked fantastic, guys. Like, North Carolina looked so good. Nobody was driving. Nobody was going anywhere. Nobody could afford it. Nobody was moving. So that was like, we looked fantastic. Our data looked great. And then people got back on the roads in 2015. Then we're going back up. The trends are going back up. So that's why we use the 5-year data. But what I also want to point out here, the supporting actions. And so you can toggle between education, enforcement, engineering, and EMS supporting actions. And you can get a little bit, this is not for you to be able to read it because I'm not going to read to you the 156 supporting actions in here. But as we get into looking at developing this plan and we think where's a good place to start with developing some of these strategies, we can use the SHSP as a starting point to know that these are efforts that North Carolina is putting their effort behind, that we, as a state have agreed these are proven approaches to addressing these safety concerns. So it's a good place to start. And then also, if you think North Carolina sees value in this type of strategy, they're doing work towards this type of strategy. If it's a strategy that is good for Davidson, then maybe we can work with NCDOT to kind of see how those projects might align. So that's just a few things we wanted to share about the SHSP. You can, on the website, you can look at the whole plan, or here again, you can just pick older drivers and you can see it's kind of summed up on one page what it would look like, what the data looks like. I think we're a little frozen here, but it's all there. It's a big plan, so for that reason. So any questions on the SHSP? I know it's like, there we go. It's everything I just talked about right here.
Do you know if there's any gesture towards what I mentioned before, the unreported near misses or unreported crashes?
Yeah, so that was, I facilitated the pedestrian, bicyclist, and personal mobility working group, and that came up there as well, of how do we address that. And we didn't come up with a good solution in that conversation. Now, we did talk about, there's like, California at one point was having a conversation about how they could update their crash reporting system to try and capture that because, maybe there was a rear end collision between two vehicles and the first driver of the car, or the vehicle in front says, well, there was a pedestrian crossing the street and I had to brake really hard for the pedestrians moved on, thank goodness, but those cars now are there and they were trying to maybe capture it through that. I haven't heard too much from them if they've been successful or if that pilot has gone anywhere. Right. But we have been trying to keep our ears open for how other states might be doing that because it is, it's pervasive.
But my question is that in the report? Like, there's this blank spot that we talked about but don't know about?
It's not in the plan because we're still we're trying to come up with a strong, like an actual.
Right.
Here's what we want to do about it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So you asked the question that everyone's asking, and we don't have the answer.
Right. It's like in science, a null result, no data is data, right? So
exactly.
It needs to be represented in the report that here's this stuff that we know happens, but we don't know how to count it or report
yes,
it.
exactly. And as Lauren was saying, the connection with ER data that maybe a day later someone goes in or someone goes in with a broken arm and they said, well, it was because I fell off my bike because someone zoomed by me. And we're not capturing that, but it is captured possibly somewhere else, or, or like a pediatrician's office, or, it might be captured somewhere else, and we're not getting that.
How long is data captured after the wreck, or is it only captured for the moment of the wreck, and then there's no data of what the outcome of the wreck was, or the long-term effect of the wreck?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So when a crash happens and the respondent, the EMS, will try and capture what the injury was on the Capco scale Connor's going to talk about. And so they do the best of their ability to capture that then and there. In North Carolina, well, federally, everyone has had to accept, every state now has the same definition for a serious injury, serious incapacitating injury. And so they do have kind of a checklist to capture that. Now, with the, as Charlie was telling us about someone who was in a crash earlier this year and then passed away, that number that will change from a serious injury to a fatality on a different reporting. So they do track those types of injuries over time, and in that will be captured for what North Carolina reports to the fatality analysis reporting system, or MARS, which is a national database for that. So they do try and track those, but for those minor bumps and bruises, and we don't have that long-term tracking. Any other questions on that? So Connor's going to walk us through the data, and then we're for Davidson. So now we're getting to the meat and potatoes. I promise. We're here. We're getting there.
All right, thanks, Kara, and thanks everybody for paying attention so far today. I know some of this stuff can be a little dry, but I find it super fascinating. It's why I'm a transportation planner. I study this stuff all day and night, and I go home and I play City Skyline, which is another version of city planning. So I do this for fun, and I do this professionally. So pardon if I get out during data. I love this stuff here. So Town of Davidson, we're looking at a 5-year history between the years 2017 and 2021. 2021 because that's the last year of full reported data. Obviously, we're still in 2022, so you don't have the full year yet. In this 5-year period, there were a total of 680 crashes within the Davidson area. That includes both the town of Davidson and the planning area itself, for both Mecklenburg and that tiny little bit of Iredell County as well. Within these 680 crashes, there were unfortunately 1 fatal crash and 2 serious injury crashes that occurred. So what does this mean per capita basis? So essentially, for every 1 normal crash, anything from fatal to I got bumped, and that's it, and it was reported. For every 1 crash, there's 0.045 resident. So basically saying, it's a very low crash rate in general. Even more so, when you look at the fatal and serious injury crashes, it's at a rate of 0.0002. So we're actually doing fairly well overall on fatal and serious injury crashes within the town planning area and the town itself, which is great news to hear. Bad news, it still happens. And that's why we're here today to talk about how can we make these fatal and serious injury crashes go down to 0. So the crash severity terms that Kara just mentioned, CABCO, is what you see here on the screen, KABCO, pronounced CABCO. K, killed or a fatal crash. A, so that's a serious injury, usually incapacitated injury, a very severe injury that you probably cannot walk away from very easily. You need to go to a hospital through emergency services. B is your minor injuries. So you can probably walk away to those to some degree, but you're still going to need most likely medical attention, trauma center or not. You're still going to need someone to follow up with. C, possible injury, things like whiplash, bruising, so maybe some minor hairline fractures. And then O, no injury. You're lucky enough to survive this without any major thing happening, possibly just minor bruise and you're walking away. Yes?
Is emotional distress or stress captured between like C and O? I mean, what does public health think about things that don't require splints and Band-Aids, you know, that are still, are those represented in your data, or how could they be? That seems like a massive hole to me for health and well-being in the town.
So, as far as public health goes, yeah, I mean, absolutely. Mental health needs to be captured. With the crash severity in any sort of crash report, if someone presents to a hospital, then it's up to them, based off of HR and Novant locally, how they're going to capture that data. I don't know if they are capturing the emotional side, but you bring up a really good point. That's definitely something, the PTSD that comes from, you know, experiencing a crash. I know
Sure.
my own mother still experiences that today from the severe crash, and yeah, I mean the long-term impacts of, you know, mental health, absolutely. Unfortunately, you know, the way that our system's set up, mental health is oftentimes
Sure.
an afterthought.
Right. Is that part of your modeling, or you know, one of those other things that you don't know and you tell us you don't know, or you don't know and it disappears?
Yeah.
You see what I'm getting at
Yeah,
there?
so it's possible it could be in a crash narrative, but to get to the narratives, I don't think we've been able to get, it would be pretty difficult to do that and then do like a AI analysis of finding keywords, right?
Sure.
But in terms of, this is what an officer will see on their crash report, is like, it's very cold, right? It's a checkbox, and they have a definition of what a serious injury would be. But, I mean, I have a friend personally who's in law enforcement, and we've talked about the crash reporting before, and she said, honestly, it's hard to tell sometimes of what the injury is, and so this best guess, you know, there's some incapacitating injuries that you may not be able to see. As you said, the mental health, so it's not captured through these checkboxes.
Is it true to say, I've always heard that the insurance industry sort of drives how we report crashes? Because I've heard law enforcement say that part of the reason that bicycle crashes, for example, go underreported is because if it needs to be a value over $500 for it to be captured in a police report. And so if the damage, you know, bicycles are low cost typically. I mean, maybe electric bicycles are going to drive that up, but so it doesn't get reported if it's a lower cost. And I imagine mental health, although, you know, insurance probably could make a case for mental health, but I think that is part of it too. Is that safe to say?
There is the O, right? There's the property, and there's PDO crashes. There's property damage only. There's a no injury option. The information that's on the crash form, as I was going to say earlier, has a lot more information. Was it access control? Like, what are the characteristics of the road? So there is more information on there than the insurance would care about, essentially. And so, but it might be a societal drive where people are like, oh gosh, don't call the cops, like, we're all fine, your car's fine, or like, I'm just gonna write you a check, you know, like, that might be more of a societal issue than insurance, you know, pushing to have, like, form capture certain.
Yeah, I've just heard law enforcement even say that, like, if it's not on a public street, they don't even, and there's not great damage, they don't even want to write a report for it.
Law enforcement's very busy.
Yeah.
We ask a lot of them.
Right, right.
Any other questions for so far? All right. So two little weighting scales I'm going to mention really quickly before we go on to some more terms, definitions, and the actual data itself. CABCO weighting, it's a exercise where you basically assign weighted scores to the crash severity. So a fatal crash would get a higher score than a no injury crash because a greater loss of economic return, someone's life was lost, the severity of the crash overall, insurance purposes perhaps as well. we all take into consideration of Cavco weighting. And it's a more narrow scale without taking into the actual, dollar and cent cost of how this works. That's where the EPDO comes in, the equivalent property damage only weighting. That puts a dollar on every single type of crash type and assigns a score based off of that. That's kind of the cold, hard, numbers-based approach of it, unfortunately. But it's something that's been agreed upon and well used for a while. So we've used both of these, Cavco more for storytelling and the EPDO for kind of those hard numbers that we're looking at. All right, so this map here is our crashes by severity. It shows all 680 crashes that happened within Davidson between 2017 and 2021.
I just don't think you can say it shows all crashes.
It does not show all crashes,
That
all
is just
reported
not
crashes.
true. It
Yes.
shows crashes that were reported.
Correct, yes.
Through law enforcement or healthcare structures.
Correct, yes, that's my
So
my mistake.
I think we need to really, you talked about the importance of language earlier. So, sorry if I'm pushing back, but it's just not true to say that's all crashes.
Yes, all reported crashes, yes. So 680 reported crashes in Davidson between 2017 and 2021. And I was going to let this sit here for a second and, have you look at it and see if anything, any areas that kind of pop up to you that you thought were really an issue that you're seeing may actually be an issue. So I'm going to sit here for a second in silence and let you digest.
Before you do that, do you mind if for you or somebody acclimating people, these maps can be hard for us to look at them all the time? But if not, it's helpful to acclimate people to what you got. Where, Lauren, I can do that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I can do some
Just need a pointer. Just
road
sort of,
name things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let you acclimate.
All right.
Folks don't look at things like this
Yeah.
every day.
So if we take that box on the lower left as a zoom in instead of what we got in downtown, that probably easy to figure out. So we start from the lower right-hand corner. This is NC 73, so we're basically at the Cabarrus County line right around here. So this is 73, and now, this is the part of 73 that's like at the bottom part of Davidson's planning area. This is Summers Walk. This is Davidson East. I'm sure I don't know all my subdivisions anymore, but we're gonna get close. And then this is where 73 kind of, keeps on going towards Cornelius, Huntersville. This is where it turns in, well, it's still called Davidson Concord Road, but this is Davidson Concord Road. As we know it, we're passing through Davidson Woods, maybe wrong. River Run, of course, is the community that's, kind of spanning through here. So we're on Davidson Concord Road, and this is kind of hard to see on this map, but this is that intersection with Concord, East Rocky River.
The roundabout.
The roundabout, right.
The Barger roundabout.
The Barger roundabout. So this is East Rocky River, going out into the rural area. Let me go back and talk about Shearer Road. So Shearer is coming up through Davidson East, going up.
Can you land the pointer on the East Rocky River Shearer intersection at the top of the hill? Right.
Right there. Right around.
There you are. No, you.
There.
Right there. That's it.
Yep.
Up a little bit, right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's Shearer.
Right,
East
Shearer,
Rocky River.
East Rocky River.
Yep. For our cycling friends.
That's one of those places where y'all will need to anticipate, because that is a killer waiting to happen, right there.
There's a lot of
increased traffic from new subdivisions coming in, and it's at the crest.
It's a proposed all-way stop. There's no fund for that right now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it sounds like we're pointing out Shearer and East Rocky River is an area of key interest and concern. Got Concord Road coming into town here. So this is about the place where I think you were mentioning, there's that change in the posted speed limit, right? And then, we're kind of in the McConnell, we're working our way into downtown here. This is still Concord Road. This is Main Street, 115. And then, of course, we zip into our inset map here. Y'all know there's intersections on Main Street. We won't go through each of them, but there's a collection of intersections on Main Street, especially south of Griffith. So this is Griffith Street heading out to 77. Let's not forget about 77. It is part of the overall transportation network. Now we don't have the crashes identified on here for a couple of reasons. One is that is part of an interstate system, and we have limited control through this process for addressing some of those needs. I'll also say we did look at there are some other map resources. There are a lot of crashes on 77, so I'm sure many of you all experience that get to have the pleasure of 77 on a regular basis. But but it is part of the regional framework, the transportation system. Are there concerns that even if we don't have the mapped crashes on here, that's influencing a decision about using a certain road? Why or why not using 77? Why or why not choosing to drive or take transit on 77? Or what's going on with how it interacts with that, as well as any other kind of major road? North Main, of course, we're going into Iredell County here. We've got the Ingersoll Rand, is it still called Ingersoll Rand? Okay. Up here. And so, Davidson, so we've got, all of this network is really kind of part of the bigger framework of what we're talking about here. And just to, I think you can probably see on the legend, red and orange are those fatal and serious injury crashes that occurred. Green and yellow were in that, minor or suspected injury, and then gray was just some form of property only, at least reported crash that way. Anyways, lots of other side streets here that have also reported crashes. So yeah, going back to Connor's question, anything stand out to you guys, a place that looks surprising?
This doesn't answer your question, so I apologize, but I just remembered earlier about plans. Did you guys look at the Beyond 77 plan that the CRTPO has?
We have looked at it, but not for a real detailed analysis, and it's got all kinds of strategies that we're taking a look at it.
Okay, yeah, and then the town of Davidson folks, how involved were you guys in that process with the Beyond 77 plan?
I'm not involved in that. I don't know.
We may have somebody with NPO join this afternoon, and they might be able to give us a little bit more background. So can you tell us a little bit more about what you know about that plan?
Yeah, so Public Health was brought in late to the game on this. So with Beyond 77, it's looking at all transit corridors within a mile and a half east and west of Interstate 77. So looking at regional connectivity, spanning across 77, but then also looking at, the siloed neighborhoods and communities. So Huntersville, Cornelius, Davidson, and it goes all the way into Mooresville, I believe. So looking at the state line, North South Carolina state line, all the way up through 77. And so the goal is to look at, number one, connectivity, mode sharing, mode type, looking at public transit, bike ped connectivity, safety concerns is also brought in, looking at historically disinvested communities and how to reinvest into those communities, not only looking at transportation, but then knowing that that's going to bring economic impact as well, environmental concerns, looking at the whole gamut. So they did what was stated, they did robust community engagement with all of the towns, and so I was curious with the town of Davidson how engaged you all were, because we can see 77 crosses by the lake, and I was just mentioning to John, there are a lot of crashes there, and so there's that connectivity bit as well, and safety. So just want to bring it up. Just curious.
I think related to that is the relationship between a crash on 77 and intensive traffic in Davidson.
Exactly.
And, we do have some from NCDOT pretty rough time of day statistics, but, if it's Friday afternoon and there's 3 or 4 fire truck runs out to 77, then Main Street is going to have a much higher density for 2.5 hours. And that, no doubt, is, an element that could be measured and mapped, So if there were safer education and enforcement on 77, that would affect the number of crashes in town. So that's sort of a good high-end nerd question about mapping that through time and seeing the relationship between, say, increased enforcement on the interstate and a decrease, we could imagine, of crashes in our town.
Also, with the increase of crashes and the crowding of Main Street becomes, I'm on Lakeside, so I am a cut-through street.
Right.
And when Main Street becomes crowded, the increased speed on Lakeside, they get air on my corner. And I'm serious, they get air, and now we have children who are playing outside, and it just makes me nervous, because I'm the lady that sits on the porch, just nervously, just sitting out there all the time, but I can tell when traffic builds up, then the increase, and then I start seeing the cut-through traffic. And I was wondering if that is measured, and we have written and asked for speed bumps, we've asked for monitored traffic, we've asked for traffic cams, we've asked for a lot of things, and I did have a severe crash on my street, but it wasn't related to an influxion of traffic, but it was still a pretty bad crash. I think he was doing maybe 90. I can look, because I have this gift, so I'm really good at mapping what speed looks like. We used to play this game we would sit and we wouldn't look outside, but we would tell what car was going by and who it was based on the sound of the car. That was something that we did as kids. So because we did that, then when the cars go by, I can hear them. So I can hear them getting 45, 55 miles an hour.
I mean, it's a great point, as we were saying earlier, with those secondary crashes, that there is this impact that it has across, and I think that's an excellent, where like, maybe we don't have as much control over what's happening at 77, but we can control what's happening on the local roads. And a very important piece that, we do have time of day and day of week, but to then pinpoint, specific time of day crashes that coordinate with 77, I mean, that's a really deep data dive that is possible to do that. But, again, it's that proactive, preventative approach to know that this can create an issue. So what can we do that when it happens, it's not an issue for the existing?
Those of us who are townies who've lived here, we know. We know the times. We know the exact times. We know what road you don't drive on, what time you don't drive. I've been coming down 77 for 50 years, I can tell you. I can tell you how the trees have changed. And so I know when to get over, when not to get over. I can tell people, this is how I drive down the road. Why are you over there? This is going to slow down right here because they have to get up. And Cornelius is always going to back up, so there's going to be a line. So I never get over in the slow lane. And I know the times of day that everything goes. So if you talk to more people who've been here longer, they can tell you exactly how traffic is and what time traffic runs.
Yeah, and then the types of what you see on the road. And that we're going to get in the afternoon so much more into that discussion of what it's not talking anymore in the afternoon. So like what we're here for is to set up these conversations, and these are the exact conversations that we want to have. Because the data only shows so much. This is part of the puzzle, but what does that data actually look like in real life? Is exactly what you're talking about and what we want to hear, what we need to hear. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
You're perfectly fine. Thanks for jumping in.
As you're looking at it, I'm sorry. It's kind of interesting to me that, it's so many of the problems are clustered around the sort of the center of town,
areas where we generally have better street design and lower speeds. You know, as you go out Concord Road, it sort of transitions from more of a complete street type of cross-section to a rural cross-section. But the accidents seem to be clustered more around the urban section as you get closer into town. And I think we see the same thing coming in, you know, from Mooresville there, that, you know, as you get closer into town, it becomes more congested, the speeds tend to slow, so wonder, you know, what we might learn about that, just looking closer at this data. Like, are these just a bunch of rear-end collisions from people in downtown not paying attention, or is there something else there that we can learn from this? But other than that giant massive accidents out on 73, that appears to be sort of the trend here. The big trend is from this thing, is what you see. We don't see a massive accidents out at the Varga roundabout, for instance, where you'd expect to see them.
Nobody seems to be very surprised about 73. Okay. Say no.
Yeah, everybody's going 73 miles an hour. That's what it is.
I'm a little surprised to see as many on Jatan. I guess that must be Jatan.
Yeah.
Let you point out.
There's a lot of traffic. It's a high volume of traffic on Jatan now. I'd say about 5,000 cars a day.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
For
in
us.
terms of volumes, and I know people can go very fast on that road, so that doesn't surprise me. I haven't been, you know, I see police on Griffith and Main, but I don't remember seeing, so it's good information.
The new stop signs there are going to help that.
Yeah.
And then, but 2 or 3 years worth of construction vehicles parked on the road will also slow people down for the Hope project.
Nosiness.
Right. And then just for another reference through here, instead of having dots everywhere, we have a heat map. So areas of more yellow are bigger concentration of crashes. This is a Cabco weighted one, so fatal and serious injury crashes show up at a higher rate than other ones do. So for a fatal crash, it's going to basically show up as 10 no injury crashes on here. So it helps tell the story a little bit more of where these more severe crashes are at. So again, nothing super surprising, I'm sure, from what we just talked about. Main Street, downtown area, 73. I think we've all kind of pointed those out so far. Is anywhere through here with the heat map analysis kind of, you know, throwing you off at all?
So many crashes around those roundabouts east of 77, which is weird.
Yeah, I think, again, it's just the learning aspect of roundabouts that we talked about earlier. Of course, there will be many other factors that go into it as well.
Not shocking to me, but kind of bearing out what I've observed. I think that's Beatty, where there's a couple hot spots, and that's an area I definitely have noticed the pedestrian infrastructure isn't what I would like.
I think this shows the Sheer and East Rocky River Road intersection a little better than the last one. The last one was surprising. It didn't look like there was as many. Because like you mentioned before, that is a very dangerous intersection.
Right.
Yeah.
And your weighting score shows that because it takes into account the effects of speed.
Yeah, it takes
People are moving there.
Yes, it takes into account basically the effect of how bad the crash was.
Yeah, that's really, this weighting is very helpful to visualize.
Yes, this is more the storytelling aspect of things with the Cabco weighting. All right. And then we also have EPDO weighting, which tells a way more different stories. It puts way too much emphasis on, you know, different types of crashes. So basically, it just makes it look like this, the exact same hotspot analysis, but everything's now a hotspot. Which is why we use more of the Cabco weighted for storytelling, and we use EPDO weighted for more of the deeper analysis we'll talk about shortly. So bike peg crashes, we can see which rate in the downtown area, right through here. A higher degree of crashes is based off of a weight again. So it's a more severe crash than the other ones were can kind of see spotted in blue throughout the town, especially in the downtown area again.
Connor, question about the, so I think everybody in town knows that, about the fatalities that have occurred for pedestrians, but a couple of them predate your data range. And I know the 5 years is important, and that's sort of a standard, but would a 10-year look, I mean, what's the downside to doing a 10-year look at the data? And I'm not asking you to redo it, but I'm just saying, just for conversation.
Well, I know that like when Bucky and his team are working on projects, they do look at 10 years of head crashes for exactly the reasons. I mean, y'all didn't see the reported crashes are more sparse than they are vehicular crashes, but then they'll just look at 5 years of vehicular crashes. So we could, I don't think it's inconsistent with the typical approach for bike and head crashes to look at 10 years and keep everything in a span that 5 year horizon. It's just that many more vehicle crashes that are pulled in if you look longer. But, I think based on what you all know about the fatalities that are in crashes, I'm not sure that the math would change a whole lot in terms of the intensity, like the locations where the bike and crashes occurred. Just may add more information to it. So if we could.
There'd be 2 at that spot and 1 further east.
One on Concord Road, and there would also be right at where 115 cross ends in Iredell County would be a bicycle fatality.
That's right.
Okay,
That's right.
A year and a half ago.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we can do that.
All right.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I wonder if instead of using municipal boundaries, you could use the spread and incorporate Iredell County and Cabarrus County in these maps, just to show that it's not like nothing happens across the lines.
Sure.
Even though our planning would be only in our jurisdiction, it would, I think, give the viewer a better sense of kind of the relationship between, next door, BTJ, town, stuff like that, just as a sort of part of the storytelling. And part of that is because of the death, how Earl Gillen was killed right above Presbyterian Road there.
Yeah, so like a mile or so.
Or just maybe within the picture, just, whatever y'all decide to clip.
Yeah.
Just that, you can see what it looks like, but I think that enriches the narrative.
Definitely. We had those layers just turned off with this map.
Exactly.
All I got to do is click a button.
Right.
Great. And then once again, we had the EPDO weighted version of it. So again, just kind of pulls out those patches a bit more where almost everything's a hotspot nowadays. So it's okay for storytelling, but again, we're focused on the CABCO for that one. So again, a little fast through here. So again, for the 5-year reported crashes, for all of them, we do see some spiking in the data, particularly the month of November has the highest amount of crashes. And then again, we see some in the May area and January. And a dip down in the summer months, possibly due, again, to the college students going home and the change that we have, you mentioned, in the town during those times. And then again, in September, see that bump up again, most likely when the college kids come back and they're learning the town. Yes?
One other factor is we have multiple charter and private schools which draw parents from outside of the community, which when those schools are out, my children attend one of them, there is a dramatic difference in traffic.
Yes.
And not to mention, and preschools. But where people are not just traveling within town.
I would guess that has a bigger impact than the college students, just because our student population's on campus so much. I mean, they're driving, but it's not, I don't think it's a huge influx. I think
they're walking to Harris Teeter.
Especially the carpool line.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That changes everything.
It does, because it forces traffic to go around, and that Davidson Gateway corridor, traffic that's coming down the hill you can't always see around that corner until you're there, and you could be coming head-on with someone that's coming up that curve, and there you
And then you
go.
have to differentiate what's the parked car versus the
Right.
carpool
Carpool
line.
lane, yep.
Versus
Yes.
someone just driving.
There is a relationship between school buses and schools that in this town, we don't,
You don't do the school bus. I don't
you
know,
gotta
yeah.
drive your SUV to school every day just to get the full Davidson experience.
No, it's because you don't want your kid bullied on you don't know what's gonna happen on the bus. You
Right.
don't want your kid bullied on the bus, and for us, you got bullied on the bus, so Mama said, I'm gonna drive you to school. It's just the bus in general. It's not a school, it's the school bus.
We run a Safe Routes to School program that you guys need support.
Oh, no, it's just general knowledge. Maybe it's a culture thing. I don't want my kid on the bus because I don't know. For the most part, I got beat up on the bus. So that's one of the things that you want to make better for your kid, and it's one of the things that you want to try to avoid. So I just think that it's a cultural thing that you have no control over what goes on the bus, and sometimes a kid could be on the bus for an hour.
Good points. All right, so moving on, crashes by weekday. Again, you see the weekends, of course, being much lower than the weekdays are, and we have a peak here right around the Thursday, Friday period for crashes. So just for reference, blue line is all crashes, and the red lines are those 3 fatal and serious injury crashes that were reported. So nothing too out of the ordinary based on what we typically see for the crash period through here. We're going to skip over to our time of day. This one's more bumpy than the other one is. So again, we can kind of see a morning peak in crashes, and going back up to your afternoon and evening peak, especially around the 4 o'clock to about 6 o'clock time periods, and then dropping off dramatically at 7 o'clock once people typically get home. Again, nothing super surprising based off what it's been for the entire state and what I've done with other agencies such as BGMPO for the Burlington-Graham area. They had a pretty similar rising peak throughout the day, and of course your morning and afternoon big peak times during your commuter areas. Of course, we have crash types by time, and those are in the briefing booklets, just in the interest of time and not going over every single hour. We're going to skip over that one. So we have 2 crash diagrams here. The left one is for the fatal and serious injury crashes that were reported, and then the all crashes that were reported, all 680 over the 5-year period that we have data on. So you can kind of see for the fatal and serious injury crashes, one of those happened on a dark but lighted roadway, and then the gold here is our daylight time period. And then for all crashes, a little over 75% were daylight crashes, and the rest came from dark lighted roadways and then dark non-lighted roadways, with kind of a smattering in between. By road conditions, we have dry conditions occurring for those fatal and serious injury crashes that we have reported, whereas about 20% of the other 677 crashes came from wet conditions, and the rest were mostly dry. There's a little bit of ice and snow in here as well, slush, as we get back into the winter months again. Road character, kind of that aspect that we talked about for how the road's defined, that we're asking our emergency responders to say, what is the road like right through here? And to not get too much of the detail on what all this means, we can discuss a little more during our breakout session this afternoon. And for the interest of time that we have, we're going to skip over this for the moment and talk about some roadway features that we noticed. So when it's a non-straight area, 3 main things kind of came out of this. We have our traffic circles and roundabouts, our T intersections, and then our 4-way intersections were kind of those 3 main factors. And then a smattering of other types of intersections make up this about 15% of roadways through here. So to keep in mind when you see these intersection type crashes, we're mostly seeing traffic circles, T intersections, and 4-ways. By roadway class, it's pretty much telling the same story through here. NC routes kind of make up the majority of the fatal crashes compared to local streets, and it flips back over to majority of the crashes that we know about reported on local streets, but still a significant number on our NC routes through the area. We're going to skip that slide. That's way too much information for y'all to look at right away. But these are the emphasis areas that Kara had mentioned in the state's highway safety plan. The possible emphasis areas that we've kind of identified through this data for both the fatal and severe injury and then all their crashes are intersection, teen driver, older driver, pedestrians, distracted driving, and lane departure. And how those got pulled out were the share of crashes and then the type of crashes that happened with the fatal and serious injury ones. So you can see intersection is one of our top ones through here. All the fatal and injury crashes that we knew about for that 5-period time happened at an intersection-related emphasis area. Also, 469% or 69% of all crashes were related to intersections to some degree. Now, you'll notice that this does not add up to 680 crashes. That's because many crashes overlap with other emphasis areas. So we're going to have a value of way over 100% on this column here, again, because everything overlaps with each other. So areas in red are kind of the top areas that we're seeing. You can see a pretty good demarcation of crash types, and then dropping down to the blue area, going back down to 36 crashes. So these are the areas that we're seeing more often happen in the town over this 5-year period that were reported. So again, just the intersection, distracted driver, lane departure, teen driver, older driver, in that order for number of crashes.
We'll talk more today about what the emphasis areas should be, and we can look at some other options. If there's other things we need to make sure that included, but just from a pure data standpoint, there's some potential ones.
This is straight data only that we have available for. That's not within your emissions and what you guys know about the area that we need to take into account. Then we have our high injury network. So it's about 16.8 miles of roadway that we identified to have the highest number of crashes based off of that EPDO weighting scale that we talked about earlier. So that's putting the dollar figure on every type of crash and then basically saying, all right, what roadways are on here that have the highest figure for number of crashes, severity of crashes, and that total dollar cost on there. So we have a total of about 17 miles of roadway. It takes out 74% of all crashes in the planning area in the town itself, and 100% of all the fatal and serious injury crashes that we know about. And to identify those roadways for you, we have NC 115 from the Davidson Town line to Iredell County line, Sanford Road NC 73, from Myers Park Black Farms Road to the Harris County line, Griffith Street from the southbound interchange of 77 to Beatty Street, Sloan Street, Shearer Road from Denbridge to the Iredell County line, East Rocky River from Davidson Concord Road to the Cabarrus County line, Concord Road from NC 115 to NC 73, Beatty Street from Griffith to NC 115, and also Griffith from Beatty Street, Sloan Street to NC 115. And these are the types of roads we have on here. So most of these are going to be NCDOT roadways, except for I believe one of them is a local street based off of the data we have. And we kind of see it by roadway type for our route classes. Some are NC routes, a lot of them are state routes, but very little mileage is actually on our local roads through here. And then how that overlays with the crashes is just for your visualization. A lot of the roadway, especially 73 right through here, the downtown 115 area and Griffith Street, really overlap with those crashes, as well as some of these other roads through here that have a lot of the B crashes on there, those minor injury crashes, to kind of get that reflected on there for the dollar cost and the severity of these crashes. And then overlay with the heat map, just so you can kind of see once again how that looks from that storytelling point of view that we saw earlier. We're really focusing in on this intersection, the intersection crashes that happened on 73 in the downtown area, and again, someone pointed out the roundabout area off of Griffith Street.
And just one thing about what's a high injury network, what do we do with this and this type of planning exercise? This kind of goes back to some of the discussion we were having earlier about that sort of proactive approach. So it helps us identify roads that may not
the red lines on the map are the only networks that we will entirely lose.
All right, and then I'm going to hide these ones for now because those are all of our crash locations by emphasis type that we're going to discuss later on this afternoon. And we've exercised about that.
And the, you know, if you're here over the lunch hour, if you want to take a look and share the packets on there, I think all of the maps that
Yes, all the maps.
they're all in there. If you want to see how many are stuff show alcohol, work related, plane departure, all the different kind of crash types. And keep on going. Data, extraction. So it's like 11:47. We had so much good discussion. Yeah, go ahead.
But I'm really curious about what distracted driver, how that is gathered and what that means. Because that's where the action is on these low speed. My office is on Main Street and I cross over to campus on that crosswalk a lot. And it's also 2 stories and there's a balcony, and so I can look down, you know, when I'm having coffee and see like every 5th car is a cell phone driver on, you know, so, but I don't know if we measure that or how, because I think there's low enforcement on distractions. And we gather it after the fact. So we don't have to answer that now, but that seems like a really rich area for potential prevention, right?
Yes. And I saw a girl, she was trying to be pushed through statewide legislation.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah.
Every year. Isn't that FHSD?
Yeah.
But you're right, that data is typically collected after the crash. It's picking up the phone and trying to see when the last text was
Right.
made.
Okay.
When what was active on their phone.
Right.
Sometimes it's self-reported if people are honest and say, yeah, I was looking down. But that also depends on, you know, the will of people to admit your bad behaviors.
No, I haven't.
So,
Okay. So that, I still want to derail you.
Yeah, no,
But
it's
that
a good-
just
it's a
seems,
good
there's a lot of action on the map right there.
It is.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so that's, you know, the hands-free law is what we've been trying to get momentum for in North Carolina.
Bring the hammer down.
So, it's good, you know, and a lot of good education, that's out there, even in other states that we could pull from, you know, it's great. There's funding from NHTSA that goes through Governor's Highway, if that's a campaign that you want to do here, you know, these are the types of things that we can think
Yeah,
about.
people have already solved that problem in lots of other places.
Yeah, what can we pull from, if that's an issue that we want to put in the plan, and how do we want to do that?
Photo enforcement.
Yes. I don't want to part of that. No. Very sticky.
It's not, it's really easy.
Any other kind of initial reactions to those emphasis areas, potential emphasis areas, we can pull that back up to. Not to.
We'll spend a lot more time this afternoon.
Yeah.
You're going to be tired of talking about these.
People on their phones.
Boy, I'm looking at the where it is.
It's the same place as always. People are sitting at a traffic light and then they rear-end somebody. They're looking at their phone.
Yeah. Some other data is, I mean, we'll revisit all this.
The qualitative data is
All right, well, how about we, you know, if y'all think about these things, our initial plan for the lunch break was, go walk around the town and we're going to explore. Well, the weather is not cooperating very well with this idea, but, you're welcome to if you feel so inclined. And then it looks like Doug
those that are not staying for the afternoon, they'll have some pizza as well. So, or when are we coming back?
We're going to start around 1:30 again.
1:30.
We can play that. So is anybody not going to be able to join us back again this afternoon?
Maybe.
For now, but as I've been telling a few folks, we're going to reshuffle ourselves a bit in just a few minutes, so don't get too comfy. Thanks everybody for coming back from lunch or hanging out during the lunch break, whichever worked out best for you. We do have a few new faces from this afternoon, and we want to give you guys a chance to introduce yourselves. And we'll maybe what we can do is just have everybody very briefly kind of reintroduce yourselves, you know, where you live, or if you're with a respective agency, that sort of thing. You guys know the show. So let's actually, I'll start with our team, and then we'll just kind of keep on going around this table and fluid around from there. So I'm Lauren Blackburn. I'm with a firm called BHB. We're based out of Raleigh, some others with different offices. And we're the ones working with you all in the town on this Vision Zero plan. So we're here to help facilitate this conversation in the workshop today and keep on going with some other work related to it.
Kara Peach with BHB. I work in our federal safety practice.
All right. Hey everyone, Connor Klassen, all this VHB, apparently different offices are a new name now, Charlotte office.
The other one.
Yes, I do GIS analysis and transportation planning.
Judith Stauffer, retired, live at Davidson East, and just a huge fan of the town of Davidson.
Chad Stauffer.
All we need to know. Okay, I assume you have something to do with her.
Occasionally.
Very good. Well, thanks for joining.
Cameron Clark, I work in Davidson College Sustainability Office. I have to confess I was the Cornelius director for Davidson.
Took you all morning to admit
I know.
Well, let's go back here to this back table. Let's start maybe the back corner, blue shirt. Yeah.
I'm Charlene Miner. I work for the town of Davidson. My focus is on natural assets and sustainability. And I was used to live in Davidson, now live in Cornelius, but definitely on my bike a lot. It's okay too.
Yeah, I'm Bob Miller. I live in Summers Walk, and I'm on the current planning board.
Excellent. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Clinton Grant with Mecklenburg County Public Health, and I do not live in Davidson. I'm Andrew Golden. I am a planner of the town of Davidson. I do live here just about a mile down the road.
I'm Sean now, and I've lived here for some interruption. I live in Spinnaker Cove on the other west side. I'm Doug Wright, I'm a project manager for the town. I've also been here a long time.
I'm Scott Denham. I've been in Davidson since 1990, and I'm a bicycle commuter almost every day in town. And I was on the pedestrian safety task force as was Charlie.
I'm Letha Smith, and as of tomorrow, I will be in Davidson 50 years, my whole entire life.
Wow.
And
Thank you. Birthday,
I live in West Davidson, and I'm on a few committees: sustainability, Echo Davidson, pedestrian safety task force, and I am the unofficial one-stop for the community on this list.
Thank you.
Shelby Roberts, Davidson resident for 10 years. I live on the west side, and I was also on the pedestrian task force.
I'm Friendly Cooper. I live in Morgantown in the Parks and Rec Department, and I get a lot of love because I'm pedestrian.
I'm Bucky Galloway with the North Carolina Department of Transportation. I work with the traffic safety unit, so my main focus is traffic safety. I do not live in the area. I live out of the Asheville area, but I do cover the whole western part of the state.
I'm Zach Gardner. I'm also NCDOT, and I am the division traffic engineer, so this is
sail and it's very nice. And I mountain bike at Fisher twice a week, ride up Gray Road. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Happy to.
I'm Leslie Lewis, Director of Parks and Recreation. I live in town, I've lived here for 12 years, work in town, I used to go to school in town, so all the way.
Excellent. All right, well, and thank you guys for carving out some time this afternoon, and many of you, also this morning. For your benefit, if you weren't here this morning, you missed everything, just don't even bother, just kidding. But what we will do is we'll try to give you a real quick recap of what we talked about this morning. But the afternoon, what we want to do is really just kind of learn more from you. As Kara mentioned, we're going to try not to do much talking this afternoon. We want you guys to really kind of pour into this, what you know about the community, what you know about from a safety problem perspective. We're going to engage with you guys on writing on the maps, helping us to just document everything you can tell us more about what's going on here. So this morning, what we talked about was data. We talked a lot about data. There are a couple packets on most tables that if you have a minute and if you want to check it out, it is what we call it a briefing book, but it has a lot of the data that we went over this morning showing where crashes have occurred. So we've got data from the NCDOT that shows reported crashes of all types, vehicle, pedestrian, bicycle, everything. So it's showing what, again, has been reported through law enforcement. And, it's really just to help us kind of better understand what data is telling us, but also just to help us kind of maybe even help focus on some certain parts of the community or just better understand what's going on around. So, encourage you to check that out. Some other things in this, we didn't talk as much about the variety of plans that have been developed by the town, but we did hear about a few. We've even found out a couple others that we need to dig deeper into. And then there's several members from the Pedestrian Safety Task Force. They had written a report a couple of years ago. 1 year, okay. And then that led to the resolution by the board for Vision Zero action, which has helped, continue to catalyze conversations, improvements that have already been made, actually, or are about to be made. And then, what can we continue to do just to kind of build on that momentum? And we're really just here to try to help organize that and document it. So ultimately, so you can be set up to help access additional resources and funding for other improvements. And that was something else that Kara shared this morning is about the state strategic highway safety plan. Essentially, it's the statewide plan for improving traffic safety, looking at all the statewide metrics. But what we gleaned from that, how can we hook into it ultimately to be able to access the resources? And, ultimately it also helps us better understand how to organize the plan. So that's really what we're going to focus on this afternoon is some topics or what we call emphasis areas, which are ways of kind of categorizing some of the safety problems. And we're gonna go over some ideas about what should we, what should the categories be. And really the afternoon is going to be talking about those, really digging deep, adding to as much as we can. Did I miss anything? We just talked about what Vision Zero is, and if you're not familiar, the Vision Zero is it is a structure, a framework around safety culture, which is working towards a goal of eliminating traffic fatalities and serious injuries involving all modes of traffic. So that was a recap of this morning. And then we started to, and we had really good discussion. I thought you guys had tremendous insights, and that's what we want to keep on hearing from this afternoon. So now we're going to talk more about what we think we're starting to see from data, and what you all shared this morning is what we call these emphasis areas. And then we'll break up into some groups and talk more about these. So, what is an emphasis area? It's just a focus area. It's a way of organizing the safety problems so that we can dig deeper. It is based on data, but also what you all shared this morning. So in just a minute, if we're looking at a list. If you feel like something is missing from the list, we want to hear about that first and foremost. So it could be about where crashes have occurred or the types of crashes that have occurred historically, where things are increasing problems, and that may be based on data. It may just be based on, your experience. If you've explained that you've observed for 50 years almost, how traffic behaves on your neighborhood street and in the area where you live. Well, you've seen, I'm sure, some trends, and you were like, oh yeah, I can tell you exactly the time of day and information like that. So that's what we want to also learn more about. And then, this is information, but then what does it do? Where do we put it in terms of like policy, or what kind of problem type could it be improved by? So is it policy? Is it a problem that, the town doesn't have a decision-making process for improving that problem? Or is it a different kind of policy where, I know this morning we talked a little bit about speed. Do we need different policies for deciding what the appropriate speed limits would be and what you do to kind of bring down actual traffic speeds along with it? And then other types of policies, programs for education, things like that. So we're not going to talk about solutions today. We're going to try not to. It's inevitable that it will come up, but we're really going to try to focus on the problems, understanding the problems, describing the problems. And we still have months to go with this planning process to where we can then get deeper into connecting those to some solutions. So that's really the objective for this afternoon, is just describing problems in these sort of frameworks. Any questions so far? Okay. What do we think these emphasis areas could be? This morning when we went through a lot of the data, again, in your briefing book, when we looked at overrepresentation of certain crash types, we saw 4 or 5 kind of float to the surface, so those are the ones that are in red. And then we also looked at other types of crashes where maybe they're not overrepresented for those fatal or severe injury, but there's just either a large number of them or something else may be going on. And so what we came up with is just a preliminary list of emphasis areas. Could include intersections. Anything that happens at an intersection that could be described as a safety problem can fit in that category. Teen drivers. I mean, it's a descriptive category, but probably, we were talking about this during the group, maybe one of those we don't know as much about. So if you don't, we need to learn more from you all, but if there's data and information we need to know, we can also write that down. What data are we still needing to know to better understand these problems? Who's involved in these crashes is what's showing up here. Same for older drivers. So this is showing up in some of our data as a population group that's overrepresented as a percentage of the population. What may be going on there? What can we glean from your experience living here and just observing what's going on? Pedestrians, it's people on foot, in mobility assisted devices, all ages and abilities. So, I think this is really, of course, it is the nexus of what a lot of the pedestrian safety task force worked on, and of course a really important issue in the town in general. Distracted driving. It sounds pretty straightforward, but we had a really good discussion this morning about, do we have a clear picture about how police officers in particular are able to document when and where that's happening? This is coming out of crash reports, but if we may not have all the mechanisms to be able to get all this, so we may be missing a lot of distracted driving behaviors, but this is still floating out to the surface nonetheless. And then lane departure is essentially when a driver runs off the roadway, and the reason it can often lead to a serious injury or fatal crash is because it often involves in crashing into some kind of object like a tree or other fixed object. So there's all of these related to many other safety problems, right? So, lane departure could be related to speed, could be related to other roadway conditions, context. So, these are categories that have a lot of other kind of causes and issues kind of beneath them or And then some of those things are gonna show up multiple categories. So my first question is, based on what you see here, and we'll do a poll question.
Keep it here for.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think might be missing of just these sort of general topics? Anything? Mhm.
Yeah, and it's big, and when I'm driving, if I'm turning a corner, I have to do this so that I can see anything, you know, that may be coming in my direction. So that can be something.
So something with vehicle design and blind spots, yeah?
So this is related, but a different kind of tweak on visibility, which is something that has bothered me a little bit about the new pedestrian walk, is if there's cars parked there and somebody's walking out there, I can't, as a driver, see that they're about to pop out in front of me. Same thing when the traffic gets backed up by DUMC, there's a crosswalk, and so the cars are stopped, but it looks like it's just traffic, so if someone starts coming. So visibility, yeah, sight lines, yeah.
So I'm not sure if this would fit under distracted driving per se, but there has been a high number of drivers that have been involved in crashes. Pandemic started that are under the influence of substances, predominantly prescribed medication. So I feel like, you know, drivers, you know, under the influence of some sort of substance, that continues to be a massive issue.
And, you know, I think we didn't have as much opportunity to go through the full list of everything, but alcohol-related crashes there are numbers showing up here that you could also reflect on, and in the packets, there's a map that'll show where those occurred, if that was the predominant influence. But I think maybe one thing you're kind of getting at is, it may not have been marked as the key reason for the crash, but it may have also just been involved one way or the other. Yeah.
Intern Health, they just conducted a study that wrapped up this summer. And preliminary data had shown that roughly 63% of individuals that have presented to ER that were involved in a serious crash, had a serious injury, had some sort of substance in their body.
Wow.
Does that include prescription?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
Does this drug related, does that capture the very bottom line? Is that only non-legal or non-prescribed things, or?
They should be all encompassing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that number is really looking low to me.
Based off of the limited study that Adrian looked at. But this is also the town of Davidson.
Just Davidson.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So they were looking at the central hospital. Off the east, up in Charlotte. So that's the Wee Trauma Center.
So these aren't crashes. I would categorize them as near misses and altercations. And I think since I've lived here once a month, somebody either cuts in front of me, yells at me, honks at me, near misses me, you know, fly by. Occasionally I call the police and report it when they get out of their car and threaten me. But that's not something that's captured.
As a bicyclist.
As a cyclist,
Yeah.
all cyclists.
So we did talk about near misses a good bit this morning. Maybe, you know, one proposal is, I mean, as when Kara was sharing the state strategic highway safety plan, you might remember that bicyclists, pedestrians, and other, what's the word? Personal mobility were a combined emphasis area, so we could, you know, bring bicycles into the pedestrian discussion, or wherever you feel like it may make the most sense. And I think one thing that we learned this morning is maybe we need better mechanisms for collecting that information or describing near misses, or any other way of describing problems that may not necessarily show up in a crash. So, yeah,
And
it seems like that's a good thing.
You can have topics, so in the North Carolina Strategic Highway Safety Plan, there's an emphasis area that's not a crash type, but it's data and evaluation.
Yeah.
So it's strategies of how we can improve our data as a state. And so, you know, this may be, some of these may be themes that are woven across multiple emphasis areas, or just a general goal for Davidson to, you know, that we want to put in the plan. Like, this is something that is important to us, to understanding how to achieve zero, because you have achieved zero. How do we maintain zero? Because those near misses are near serious injuries, near fatalities. So we want to prevent that from happening in the future. So once we get, you know, like, how can we keep our numbers low and at zero? And it seems near misses is going to be the next big step for Davidson.
Yeah.
Yeah, some step falls under visibility, but being able to see pedestrians at night, cyclists, are also early morning. There's sort of two sides to that, and one of our pedestrian fatalities here, I think, was related to very difficult visibility conditions. It was dark or heavy rain, somebody wearing dark clothes, and so after that, I found that was a fairly difficult nut to crack. How to remedy that. But then on the other side of that is that my pet peeve is seeing joggers this time of year. They're out in the road, all dressed in black, and I speak with them and say, "I can't see you. I'm sorry. You know, please take care of yourself." Yeah. So this is something at this time of year. It's prevalent here.
Well, the days are short.
Get some lights or reflective here or something. And we as a town need to think about the difficulty of providing adequate lighting in places where it might provide higher level of safety.
Right.
Yep.
Let me just add to that real quick, is that we do have, there is North Carolina statute for bicycle lots.
Sure.
You know, which nobody knows about, but there would be an education potential for enforcement to say, you know, if I see you without a taillight again, I'm gonna have to write you a ticket. You know, that's a $10 lifesaver, is to make people use their lights, and the state statute can make that happen.
Or enforcement has lights with them.
Or they
And
just
then
say,
they hand out the lights to someone.
We've done a little bit of that.
Yeah.
We had campaigns to give out reflective things, but you gotta keep doing it.
Anyway, sorry, I was interrupting.
Doug, I saw a near miss on the way here 20 minutes ago. Even at one of the marked intersections, there was a person standing on the curb, and it was one of those, unfortunately, where there's a parked car here. And so I saw the person there, but the person coming the other direction did not. And the person was more interested in the phone and not stepping in a puddle. He stepped out in the road, and the guy coming over didn't see it. He locked up the brakes. Probably about that much for him. So distracted pedestrians are a major issue.
And it sounds like visibility also is a, you know.
That's one of the places where a car is blocking visibility.
Just want to say real quick regarding, you know, people outside exercising, you know, the bike lights, absolutely 100%. But one of the things that with Vision Zero Charlotte Task Force I've been a part of has to do with victim blaming as well. And so you have to straddle that line of, yes, they do need to, you know, think about themselves, but then also it's responsibility of us as motor vehicle operators to do everything that we can. And then also not to get to solutions. We partnered with CPD where we did provide them with bike lights. We also provided reflective vests as well. And we went out to the homeless centers, the men's shelter, women's shelter, Salvation Army, provided them all with the safety, the high visibility equipment that they need also.
Yeah, and I think one thing I was going to add to that is that, you know, you should always just keep on trying to ask questions, right? Like, why are they running into it? Is it because there's not infrastructure to allow for that, or is it some other, I don't know, you know, kind of getting at the root of like, what is prompting the behavior? But really just, is there other safety issues to address?
make the sidewalk uneven. So I'll fall faster on the sidewalk before I fall on a paved road. And I don't understand why we keep putting down sidewalks and then we put down trees, and then the trees are going to make the sidewalks uneven.
Good question. Yep. The sidewalk's not safe.
No, the sidewalk
I
is.
can walk on them. Any other?
So this is, I haven't seen a crash from this, but I see this occasionally, and I've almost crashed twice. So when, it's like a southern thing. I've never seen it anywhere else in the world. So, okay, so I'm driving, if you're driving towards town and you're about to hit Bailey on the right, or what is that?
Coming up Dixie.
Yeah, that intersection where you come out of the Dixie College, right?
Okay.
Yeah. What's that road called?
Baker Drive.
Baker Drive. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the mornings, the bike lane's free, you're cruising down. The person that's going this way says, oh, this person was waiting to turn left in front of me for a long time. They did, there's backed up traffic waiting to turn left the other way, so instead of going, following the rules of the road, that wave that person on.
Yeah.
And I have been, somebody has waved a car in front of me as I come around the side of usually an SUV, and bam, right there. And so I blocked up my brakes right there twice. And I see that in the car all the time, and they're like, oh wait, I'll let this person in front of me screw everybody behind me. I just slammed on the brakes. Unless they're hearts. Yeah. So it's, I would say that so my story is not following the rules.
Non-compliant drivers out of southern politeness.
I was really curious where it's maybe a southern thing. I was like, where are we going? Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I feel yeah. Well, yes. Anyways, I mean, I'm sorry. I was personal. Also, when I'm cycling, you get to a four-way stop. You have come to a stop. The driver's like, go on. I'm like, no, please. Like, I came to the stop, and I'm trying to follow the rules here, and you're like taking me on like that. Anyways, personal Becky. Obviously, got a little frustrated.
I was just gonna say that I appreciate the conversation around data and what might be missing, because I was thinking that there may be a whole group of people that are not walking and not biking, so there would never be a statistic for them.
Sure.
Because they're choosing to circumvent the problem, which was the potential for injury. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there, and it kind of goes along with what that gentleman said, which is also the idea that people who aren't biking or walking a lot would not know to not let that person cross because they see the cyclist and understand that that cyclist will need that time to go. So just that idea of like the missing users. It's part of the
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think what Charlene says about people not taking part in walking and biking is related to the broader conversation we had on the pedestrian safety task force about sort of a holistic attitude towards taking part in the town, and stress as part of that connected to sort of public health and wellness. And it's hard to know like how much in our famous walking and biking community is not, how many good things are not happening because people are afraid or have had a bad experience or near miss or whatever. And so that might be something for you all to try to capture, probably through qualitative focus group conversations. So we did a little of that at the public safety task force, but none of us are trained sociologists, so we had some good help. But so that was an attempt, and I think we captured a lot of that feeling of stress, especially with respect to the 8-year-olds and the 80-year-olds, that sort of. So I think it's really important as we'll go forward to try to get a more holistic sense about the wellness of walkers and bikers and the stress of drivers. Like your neighbor who goes at grocery shopping at night because there's too many cars to go grocery shopping in the daytime.
She does at 11 o'clock. She doesn't come out. She is maybe 87, and she does not travel during the daytime hours because of traffic of people and cars.
Yeah.
So she strikes out about 10:30, 11 o'clock almost every night. And I'm like, since I'm like the person who, and I also watch the ambulance and the fire truck to see that they're going too. But I'm like, Miss Stacy, where are you going? She says, it's too much going on in the day, and I just don't feel safe. And I said, but it's 11:30, Miss Stacy. And she said, I don't feel safe in the daytime. And she doesn't feel safe driving.
Yeah, and that's valid, I mean, that's valid concern, is because if it's driving her decisions, and I'm sure she's had some kind of experience or experiences that have led her to decide to do that.
This is kind of adding on to what Scott and Charmaine were saying, but, and to your point about how we can collect some data about people that are choosing not to bike and walk, but I mean, VHB did the transportation plan for the college, and I was looking at it the other day, thinking from the sustainability perspective, how do we get more people to walk and bike? But there was a bike shed and a walk shed, kind of looking at distance from the college, and we have the addresses of employees, so it would be interesting to talk to the people who are within those and are choosing to drive about what's motivating that. Because I would guess that feeling of safety is part of it, you know, comfort on the road.
Yeah. All right, yeah. Well, we'll keep on having these conversations. Any other kind of topics or subjects that you might think are missing from this? And I think we'll find some ways to probably kind of, I think several of the things you guys have mentioned are threads through all of these emphasis areas, and there may be, as Kara mentioned, we can create topics or frameworks like data. That may be something. Y'all are talking a lot about, what data do we not have? How do we capture things? What are strategies for doing that? That could be a whole family of discussion into itself. Okay, so last call.
Yeah, one mention you just reminded me of something we had down at one point. They used to group cyclists into different categories, and I don't remember them all. One, strong and fearless is like 1%, and then there was interested, cautious, or something. So we had some data about that from previous plans, and I think there may be something for pedestrians as well. But this just sort of, and it's probably old data now, it's probably not. But that's something that you can get where people say, well, I fall into this category, and that's why. Yeah, this is why I'm in this category. I'm interested in cycling. I don't feel safe on Concord Road, or something like that. So we have some of that, and we could get some more if we need.
We reviewed that, I think it was in the comprehensive plan from about 10, whatever that was, 2011 or something.
Yeah.
Had a category on attitudes towards participating in that way.
Yeah.
I don't know where that came from, if those focus groups were any good or not, but I don't know what the source was for that. But it mapped on, in the pedestrian safety task force review of that comprehensive plan, it mapped on to what you all are saying right now.
Yeah, so when we're in our small groups, feel free to ask lots of questions like this. Like, do we have information about, the percentage of the population that feel less safe biking on the roads in general? And, just write that. And then, it can be our job to see if we can go find something that helps answer some of those questions. Because we need who. Who is involved in the crashes, in the near misses. You could kind of just put those all together, like that's more of your who emphasis area topic, right? Another grouping is intersection and ped and bike. So that's probably getting into a blend of everything between some of the traffic safety behaviors, infrastructure, in some respects, we could talk more about that. And then distracted driving and lane departure are also responding to behavior, but they're also responding to the physical environment and maybe speed or undercurrents there. So we're proposing to group those into those three pairs of topics.
For discussion today.
For discussion today.
At the tables. But their conversation's not limited to that.
Yeah.
We just didn't want to break out into three tables and everyone only talked about the same emphasis area and no one talked about intersections the whole time. So you're going to start with your two assigned topics, and then the remainder of the time, you as a group can choose what other emphasis area you want to talk about.
Okay. So to kind of reshuffle our deck, we're gonna do the counting off system to put us into.
Okay, we're going to come back as a group now, and gosh, should we start with table one? So we've got about 45 minutes till we wrap up the day. So we want to try and spend about 10 to 15 minutes with each group. I want you to start with the two emphasis areas that you were assigned to begin with. And those are the two we want you to speak to. We have two questions, just we're really focused on that problem identification. So what do we want to accomplish with the Vision Zero plan? And so we want you to briefly introduce what was your emphasis area. Did you define it any more than what we defined it in the initial pass at it? And then what were maybe 3 to 5 key issues you think that should be addressed within the plan? Hopefully you all were kind of primed to do this. So I think we'll start with number one. So, yeah, do we have a volunteer from?
I can go first. I think we actually had the sneaky third.
Yeah, make sure you speak into a microphone.
Sounds good. Can y'all hear me okay?
That's good. Focus on the two that you started, that you were assigned.
We have three.
Oh, 3. Oh, you're right.
Okay, sounds good. So I have distracted driving. So we kind of defined it broadly in what I feel like is an intuitive way, anything kind of pulling attention away from the driver. But something we talked about is how it can exist on a spectrum where somebody could be more distracted or less distracted, if they're just eating something versus if they're like engrossed in an article on their phone or something. We talked about how phones are definitely the big issue within distracted driving, although there are other ways people can be distracted, whether it's kids or eating or talking to someone in the car or something like that. We noticed both from observational experience as well as the data that we have that most of the reported accidents related to distracted driving occurred along Main Street in Concord, especially that intersection, Griffith Street, Jeton as like kind of a cut through, Beatty Street. And so those seem to be some of the issue areas with distracted driving. We also talked about how this probably dips into the intersections issue a little bit, but how there's certain intersections where people seem to be more distracted, and it might have to do with pulling phones out at a stoplight and how people, when they're stopped or when traffic is sort of stop and go, seem to be more comfortable and think that, because they're moving slowly, that it's okay to pull out their phone or something like that. And how some of those intersections, because of the way they're structured, people might also be distracted by other factors like trying to pull out into the road. They might be looking not for pedestrians, but at the flow of traffic or something like that. We also talked about who it might be, some stereotypes of Davidson distracted drivers. I feel like teens, young people get the ire of a lot of folks on this, but we felt like it really is everyone. Multitasking parents was another kind of stereotype Davidson group we see doing this. Big truck contractors. But it really did feel like something we saw be pretty ubiquitous. So anything anyone wants to add to that? Cool.
Yeah, we'll open it up then to the rest of the room if there's anyone else, whether, I know our group discussed distracted just because of, we were doing more demographics. But if there's anything else that wasn't mentioned related to distracted that the group wants to contribute now. Our group here discussed that one of the kind of external, this group here discussed some of the external distractions. So not just, using your phone, but especially in the downtown area, that there's a lot going on in the street and there's a lot of different users and, you're looking for where you want to go and parking and it's just everyone kind of converging. So it's not just that cell phone use, but like focusing on your whole area. Yeah. And anything else from our group here that you wanted to add?
Did you mention like vehicle technologies, all the gadgets?
Yeah, touch screens, yeah, that came up.
I mean, that was one of the, I guess, the first topic there was the vehicles and like rental cars. You're not accustomed to where the controls are, any of the controls. So you can get very distracted there. Even though they're there to help you, they can be a distraction and are a distraction. And we've all probably become more reliant on backup cameras and things of that nature. I know I've got 2 cars that have them and I got 1 car that doesn't. So when I'm driving that car that doesn't have it, it's more difficult now because I'm not used to it. And I have caught myself almost backing into something because I didn't have it. I became so reliant on it. Yeah, I think that's about all that we really talked about. Yeah, I think you covered it.
We also, something else was brought up, and I'm not sure, it wasn't me who brought it up, it was about the vehicle itself and whether or not the bumper was too high. What?
Yeah, we did talk about, like, whatever, a raised truck or something like that, that the vehicle itself could be a distraction just because it doesn't comply with safety standards and, what the role of you all to like point that out, to potential legislation at some point that, the stereotype of the jacked truck, making it hard for people to see the road because they're distracted by their hood ornament or whatever. Yeah.
Okay, so we want to keep moving to your next emphasis area.
We spread it around.
Oh, okay,
so.
great.
I have the next one, speeding. So we identified it as, of course, going above the speed limit, but also going above what would be considered safe driving conditions. So if it's raining, if the visibility is limited, if it's snowing, then obviously the speed limit is not really safe sometimes, right? So that was our identification. So it's fast and conditions. We looked at a lot of rural spaces as the place where this happens along Shear and Gray and Concord. And we noted it's not just where, but when. The rush hour, obviously. Certain roads like Lorimer can be just amazing all day long, except for about 8:45 in the morning. Then it just turns into mayhem. Because it's on this path where all of these SUVs are cruising their kids to school. We talked about the transitions as potential areas where speed is a problem, because they're transitioning from 55 miles an hour to 25 miles, or 35 then immediately to 25 miles an hour. And most of the time they're just letting off the brakes and coasting to let gravity and the wind slow them down. But if there's a hill what was that area, coming down Pine, and then, what is this, Lorem? Avenger, yeah. And so that hill coming down into the Pines on Avenger is a problem, and so it's coming into Concord. So it's not just where, but when, and of course the conditions and if there's a hill to accelerate your vehicle. I think I covered most of everything. Did I miss anything?
Anyone else from the room want to contribute anything else on speed related?
Just a quick comment.
It's super quick. So looking at speed limit, what we found is that people tend to look at speed limit as that's the minimum. So if it's 35, that's as slow as I'm going to go. That's not the maximum speed. And so that's where the education component comes in when Vision Zero rolls out, is just explaining that the limit is, that's the max. It should be the max speed.
We talked about speed in some contexts, and I guess one thing that maybe I'm wondering if this came up in other groups too is there's several places where operating speeds change very quickly. So for example, coming in from Iredell County, the speed limits, posted speeds, and of course operating speeds go from like 55 to 45 to 25, and then it's,
35, 25.
Okay. In 200 yards. So that's a very fast progression, which anyways will be interesting, could lead, and I'm sure it has led to different types of safety problems. But, what's the appropriate response? And then I don't know if somebody wants to kind of talk about the same sort of related issue of coming off the interstate onto Griffith Street, but, you're same deal. You've been driving at 65 or plus, and then you've taken the exit. You get on, and you're very quickly transitioning to a much slower speed environment, and then you've got all of other complexities going on at the roundabouts there, of course. But I don't know. I think that was also just a layer of discussion we had about just places where there's these sudden changes, and then confusion that sometimes happens, or other problems.
We also talked about overflow when there's big traffic and people are doing cut-throughs on Lakeside and Potts and Jeton and Woodland. So neighborhood streets that are connected, people drive too fast when they're not normally on that street because of traffic elsewhere.
Great. Real quick, you got one more?
Yep. So our last one was lane departure, which we defined as not staying between the lines, but also drifting. I think a good one that we came up with a definition is being closer than 3 feet to bicyclists, as being lane departure for the driver. So some of our things that we came up with, parking itself, people parking in either within the bike lane, just on certain streets that is going to cause people to not stay in their lane because they're trying to avoid that. Same with the bicyclists. And then just more enforcement's probably needed with that. There are certain streets like Jeton and Potts and others that don't have any lines separating each side of the road. So people might, know a lot of times they'll naturally just kind of drive more in the middle of it, and that can cause problems. Certain areas with sharp turns. There's like a spot near Abersham on Gray Road that goes from I think 45 or 55 straight to suggested 25. So a lot of those can cause people to get outside of their lanes. I think speeding, we talked about too, is a big component of that in certain areas. And then just, I think, bikes and pedestrians on the road itself rather than on the sidewalks. And then just having education for certain bikers and pedestrians of maybe the rules for them as well. But I think all that kind of factors in. Let me know if I've missed anything.
I have to applaud you because of all the discussions I've had on lane departure. This is the first time I've heard really this idea of a vehicle not just departing their lane, but encroaching on other users. I mean, that is, I cannot wait to tell the team. We're gonna nerd about that. I'm so excited about that. Like that, I mean, it's not just your vehicle departing the roadway, it's the impact it has, and you're encroaching on others, which has other consequences, the near misses, the pushing them in, you know, so that's fantastic. Well done. Drop the mic, you're done. Does anyone else, anything else to say about lane departure on top of that?
Would related to that be, you know, the ubiquitous landscape truck and trailer and orange cone? Just related to what you said, forcing other people in the lane.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how to solve that problem.
Right.
But there is an awful lot of, you know, 1 hour big thing parked in the road here and then parked in the road there, parked in the road there.
Yeah. So frequently we think of lane departure as you're distracted, you're speeding, you're drifting, and we're thinking how to get the vehicle back onto the roadway. But you know, what you're talking about here is you're being forced out of your lane. You don't have a choice. You need to do that. And then what that does to the other vehicles downstream or upstream from you, I mean, has an impact. It's a fantastic point.
Yeah, especially when passing on the left is so dangerous in a lot of situations.
Yeah. All right. Well done, Group 1. Group 2, coming over to you. So,
We'll share. That's all right.
do we have a volunteer to go first?
More mics.
You want to do old or young, Bob? You gonna do the old? Okay. So what we're talking about there is we talked about younger drivers and older drivers. I'm having to move here where I can see our cheat sheet and I have my back to everybody. But you're going to do older drivers? Okay. We didn't have any young drivers in our group, so we were bashing them. But we also talked about one of the things that we learned just as a start to the discussion is that you think about lane departure, that's a lane departure violation, and it doesn't matter whether you're young or old, but there are certain types of accidents that have a high correlation to age. In other words, we say, look at age group and say that they have this type of accident more often, and same thing with younger drivers. That was one of the things that we learned from Kara that was very helpful. So we also noted that younger drivers, you can also kind of include novice drivers in that, and that younger drivers includes the age 16 to 19, we said. Yeah, so the stereotype is distracted, and we talked about that a little bit, and it's a lot of our interaction, some cases with our kids or other young people, is that they multitask more than we do, and so there's an assumption that they're on their phone a lot and distracted. So that was something that we identified. And a little bit less experience generally, and I think about experience helping you a lot with your driving safety, maybe a lack of judgment, and sort of this aura of invincibility. That's something that, and that's also a generalization. I mentioned that high school kids drove school buses when in my era, in some cases very safely. But in general, we think about younger people not having developed the judgment that they might later in life when they get older. We also learned that none of us had a really good sense of what the driver's ed program is now. What are kids getting in there? I couldn't get any information about it when my son went through it. He just would not tell me anything that was happening. But that's of interest to us, and what exactly is that program, and is there anything that we can learn from it, or is vice versa? How does that work? Do they presumably learn how to negotiate a diverging diamond or a roundabout? So that was something that we talked about a good bit about younger drivers. We identified a couple of the areas in town where we thought that we might see those issues a little bit more. And of course, that's at our high schools and when those drivers are letting out. What else did we talk about there related to young drivers? I think that about covers it on the young drivers. So, say slower motor skills, reaction time in some cases. So we started to get into a gender discussion, and that's why we have up there, it says males, and we said males are the problem. So that was, and the men said that, the women did not say that. So, and then it got more dangerous, and we just stopped talking about it. So anyway, that's it on young drivers.
Thrill-seeking behaviors.
Thank you. And
Yeah, any other thoughts on the younger drivers?
The only thing I was thinking is, I appreciate that you used the word younger drivers versus teens, because I was thinking that some people might not be learning to drive until a little later. So that was a nice change.
Yeah, we certainly had that, a little bit of that discussion of who the driving age is now, and that's what, brought up that novice topic of this is inexperienced drivers.
Yes, it was me who brought up the gender issue, mostly because of, Cameron knows my kids, but both of them have totaled, two of my sons have totaled their cars, although they've grown up to be responsible adults, and one of them is now driving on the Autobahns in Germany. I hate to think what he's doing. But well, the other topic we talked about was older drivers, and a lot of it revolves around medical-related issues, whether that's vision, maybe memory issues in unfamiliar areas, reaction times, and just coincidentally, I had talking to a friend of mine today who had a knee replacement last week, and the doctors already told him he can drive if he wants to, and I was flabbergasted. I can't imagine what he would have to do if he had to move his foot quick. We also spent some time on the related issues of how important it is for people to maintain their independence and how that affects driving perhaps when they shouldn't sometimes. And then there's another topic that's probably new, and that is as new infrastructure is integrated into our road systems. Doug brought up a great example. There's going to be a new pedestrian warning system installed down at the circles, and how people that are unfamiliar, you already brought up the issue of people coming off the interstates, and all of a sudden now they're going to come, some of them will have never seen that, and how they will react to it. So Tara brought up, as new DOT folks come up with new and innovative things, how is that going to work for people who have been driving for 40 or 50 years and have never seen some of those things? Anything else?
You all noted one location, a couple locations on the
Oh.
map that were of interest.
We did. And then did a little bit of research on accidents, but the intersection of Pine Road and Concord Road, Cameron's over there shaking his head. He knows about that.
And that came up earlier today, I think, that conversation, but what was interesting is how you all were able to say the destination, the CVS is what the destination was. So, that I think was a really good layer of conversation. We found out who was going and why they were going through this area. And it's just a nice layer to add to these conversations.
There was also one thing that was,
oh, sorry.
One thing else that was important was the location. Both Davison Concord Road and Griffith Street are east and west running roads, which put you in the sun when you're driving, so it impairs your vision.
So we'll open it up to the group on older drivers. If there's anything else to add? Observations?
I think the technology for some of the newer vehicles may be a little difficult for some of the older, less tech folks are, too.
I also wonder when you brought up.
No, it's not.
that you mentioned about driver's ed, and I just wonder if people are so far removed from having that experience of learning about the laws and the rules of the road that that could be something, not to put older drivers, you know, in the hot seat, but anyone.
Or, you know, rules have changed and the education for that. There was a discussion about physicians. You know, we heard the anecdote about the knee replacement, but also physicians knowing that they're maybe prescribing medications that could be impairment, or maybe recognizing that there's memory loss, but still not being the advocate to take the license away. And then, you know, just one thing from the statewide plan that's come up that didn't come up here, but with the vehicle, inside the vehicle is car fit, how your car, positioning your seat in a correct way that fits your body now, you know, and like your vision and your sight lines and all of that. You know, those are things that we don't think about. You kind of set your car and you know the position you like, and then you don't think that over time you've changed and you might want to readjust yourself in the vehicle. Okay. All right. Group 3.
My dear wife suggested to me very, very quietly that maybe I should, as years go by, take an elder driver school test. And I'm wondering, since Doug brought up the issue of what's in driver training classes, what resources, what resources, a problem is we don't know what is available for elder driving training.
Yep.
That keeps them on the road in a safe manner.
Yeah.
Related to what Miller said.
Yes, and there are resources, and it's plugging in the community to those resources. So, yeah, we can get you some too, Charlie, if you want.
What is the insurance industry? Could they help us pursue such?
All right, so Charlie, you're first for your group.
Oh, God. Well, I'll try to be.
You got it, Charlie.
I'll be brief, I hope. Question: what should we be thinking about in our emphases related to pedestrians? All this has been broached by others, obviously. One thing that we discuss is that parking of vehicles often is such that mid-block crossings are invited. Is that plain? Parking is related to pedestrian safety. And engineering for parking varies according to state law and non-state law controlled roads, or is that the right way to say it? Local. Back-end parking works some places. Front-end parking invites a lot of abuses, but it's maybe the norm. I don't know. So problem for us is the relationship between parking in Davidson and walking in Davidson, and also biking in Davidson. Because often Scott mentioned earlier. What about the areas where pedestrians are particularly challenged? They're challenged where there are no sidewalks on Beatty Street, North Main, North Main traffic coming in quickly to Davidson town from the north to south causes hazards for pedestrians. The sidewalk coming into town from East Davidson is often narrowed, blocked by guy wires supporting telephone poles, or obscured by plantings and yards. And that was an issue that came up in the interviews we had on the pedestrian safety task. Special events in downtown Davidson, which are desirable, such as Christmas in Davidson, more often than that, Saturday mornings, where people come from visiting outside the town into town for meals, for other entertainment, creates a differential between what might be the case at 9 o'clock in the evening for a stroll and what is surely the case in more busier times during the day. There's probably other things that are apparent to you all. I'm going to sit down, but I would say that part of why we're here is a good sign. That is, part of our irritation at all problems, irritation and offense at the danger to people here is part of the solution, really. And I think we should take courage because we have a low ratio of crashes to population density. Is that a right way to say that? And that it's good that we're here talking with each other about it.
Thank you.
I have to follow that up, Charlie. You're so good at speaking. We also talked about cyclists, and the two main things we talked about, we did talk about parking and the differences in backing up and parking, and a profile of a bicycle and a person on a bicycle is a lot smaller than a profile of a car, so sometimes it's very hard to see. And then even our parallel parking, if doors opening right as the cyclist is going by, things like that. So parking is an issue with our cyclists. But the biggest thing we talked about is the education and law expectations and the lack of the pedestrians and the motorists of knowing what cyclists are allowed, of seeing a cyclist in the road and saying, oh, they can't do that. Well, yeah, they can be a motorist as well, be a vehicle in the road, not a motorist, but a vehicle in the road. So just the education amongst the three interacting with each other and the law expectations. We spend a lot of time on that portion with the cyclist. But yeah, it's what we feel the Vision Zero plan should address.
Before you go to intersections, right, as your last one, I just wanted to pause and see for the larger group if there were any other comments on bicycle or pedestrian that we want to add to the conversation.
I think one thing that came up in the pedestrian safety task force, and Charlie kind of gets at this from another way, is that pedestrians and the cyclists are always on the defensive. You just need to remember that relationship between 5,000 pounds of metal moving and little unprotected people. That in the sort of technical discourse, we lose the fact that the pedestrians and the cyclists are always going to suffer. Just always. So.
Excellent point.
We talked a little bit about how cyclists and pedestrians, particularly families with children who are doing cycling, are using sidewalks because it's the only option, and how sometimes it puts cyclists and pedestrians at odds with each other, not just at that moment where you have to decide, okay, well, this guy's got his little daughter with him, so we're gonna like these people who are running are gonna step off the sidewalk. And I mean, my kid's 11, so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to start teaching her to hop curbs so that we could ride down. Yeah, but now we've got that awesome cut through, so we don't do that anymore. But then, and that also applies to the design of certain intersections and how that limited space that we have to share creates some issues.
And that's an excellent seg to our intersection discussion.
Okay, so we did identify some troublesome intersections and the reasons that they're troublesome, so to speak. Oh, thank you.
I got it.
Okay. So one of them is like the one at Jatanen Park where we do have new stop signs, but because they are new, people are kind of blowing through them in some instances. So, we just need a little bit more reinforcement, like police to sit out there, which they've been doing. Also, we talked about the intersection think that's Davidson Concord Road where you're trying to cross over to go to Gray on the other side. And the way that street doesn't go like directly across, it's kind of catty corners. So that's something that's needs to be looked at. And the roundabouts, the two coming into Davidson, like, you know, those two are pretty problematic in a sense because they're kind of new and, you know, folks seem to get confused as to what's going on where and how they're supposed to maneuver around those things. And I think, you know, coming into Davidson, when you're coming north especially, you know, like they said, you're coming off the highway, so you're kind of speeding, you know, you're doing 65 and then the speed limit drops right there. And, you know, so that's an issue. And then I think people forget, like when you're coming into those roundabouts, like leaving town especially, you know, the speed limit is only like, what, 20, I think? And so, you know, sometimes people are kind of, you know, in a rush maybe to get out of here and, you know, they're just flying through and things like that. The roundabout at the end of Davidson Concord Road seems to be like the least problematic, you know, in terms of like traffic situations, we think. But we're making progress with Zaxel.
Yeah. Yeah. Anything else on intersections?
Just to tack on a little bit to the thing about the roundabouts, when we were looking at the lane departure data, a lot were at the two roundabouts on the way out to 77, and our conjecture was kind of that, like, because those are two lanes, that people are, like, you know, treating it like one, and maybe there's some accidents happening that way. So just thought it was interesting context.
And you can look at Lauren's writing on our map of our intersections that we pointed out and some of our notes of what we mentioned.
We talked a little bit about intersections where parked cars reduce the sight line for people coming out of a neighborhood into one of the main roads turning left, like Baker turning left onto Concord Road, or Lorimer coming out at the library turning left onto Concord towards Maine, that parked cars are a real hindrance for those intersections for visibility, which would be a pretty easy fix just to paint over those last two parking spots or whatever.
So everybody keeps talking about coming up off that highway and that being an intersection, but the one thing that the intersection is that there's before that roundabout is a crosswalk right before there, and then with the bushes you can't see very well. And I'm always here for one of my friends, one of my good friends, but I have a friend and she's only 3 feet tall, and you cannot see her in that intersection. So she jumps out and then she'll jump back. And that's her routine, is to jump out first and then to jump back so that somebody can see her, because you'll never see her over any of those bushes.
Excellent point.
I have something else to say about cycling at intersections. So we're in McConnell, and we have the little, I don't know what you call it, the traffic safety thing, plastic thing that sits in the middle of the road that sometimes gets run over.
Oh, on Concord, yeah.
Yeah, that thing, yeah. And so I've been told by George in our neighborhood, what's his name?
Berger.
Thank you, George Berger, that unless we go into the road, the cars don't have to stop. So you could be in this kind of weird scenario where you could just be afraid to ever do that and just sit there on the side of the road. And so it's really nerve-wracking to do that when you're riding a tandem with a kid, because it's hard to start and stop. But so my wife will go ahead of us and stick her bike out in the traffic so people will stop so that we can cruise through. And it's crazy. Yeah, and sometimes, I don't know, that's all I have.
Yeah, that's North Carolina statute is that the pedestrian has right of way in the crosswalk when in the crosswalk.
But
not approaching the crosswalk. We got some, when we did the pedestrian safety task force survey and focus groups, we asked a specific question about that, like, when do you stop if you're in a car, or when do you go if you're a person? And people are very conflicted about this stressful moment of whether to step off the curb.
All about eye contact.
Yeah, it's stressful for everybody. Yes, more stressful for the pedestrians, but
Yeah.
for those the drivers too. I mean, nobody wants to be, So, well, one observation I just wanted to make real quick as we're having these discussions. Very hard to separate each of these topics to be standalone, right? We talked about almost all the different emphasis areas as you're talking about the one emphasis area that you're tasked with talking about. And so I applaud you all for trying to wear that hat and think about it from, multiple users' point of views and thinking about all those different contributing factors that happen when you're on the roadway and what's contributing to these crashes. It's very challenging to do, and it's also challenging to not go straight to the solution. So, what you've done, this is really good work, and I think you'll probably continue to think about it as you leave today and you drive in the different conditions or ride in the different conditions, and you think, oh, that's another contributing factor. So, of course, we're still in the information collection, and every detail like this just creates a richer picture that we're painting right now. So, I used the analogy earlier today. I have a 5-year-old. We do the little connect the dot pictures. And so we've done, our job was to make the outline of the dinosaur. So it looks like a T-Rex, right? But we came here and we want you to fill that in, add the colors to it, and then maybe we were missing the wings and it's actually a dragon, we didn't know because we only had the little data points. So, so thank you all for those, the stories and the contributions and the anecdotes and the personal stories and all of this today. Very, very helpful.
Yeah. I commissioned this group with some homework, and maybe we should, I think Kara just said, y'all are going to keep on thinking about these questions, and we'll set up some sort of system where we can, continue to collect your ideas and thoughts on this. So you have a couple key events coming up here soon where you've got more visitors and more people coming in downtown. And one thing that, I think Charlie mentioned, special events are special. And so conditions change, right? So if you have observations during certain events like Christmas in Davidson or the parades or whatever, that can also inform, and because it also means we can be dynamic, right? So it's not one size fits all. We may have strategies that are more appropriate to certain events or certain conditions. So just think about that, and especially over the next month or so, as different things are happening in town. I'll just also say one other thing, and Charlie can also mention this as well, is the town's already done a lot of good work over the years with, through policy and physical geometric engineering improvements, and there's still good work happening there. And I think if there's some storytelling around those things, why were those improvements made? Why are those systems in place? Why do they help improve safety? And what can you do more of that? There may be some opportunity here to kind of tell those stories even as part of the Vision Zero plan, because then that kind of sets you up to say, all right, now we understand that this had this type of impact. Do more of that somewhere else with similar conditions. So I'll just kind of recap with some next steps. And we have a lot of organizing all of this information from today to do. And we'll try to put that into something that begins to make sense, but we've also got some more checkpoints with the Vision Zero Task Force to just be able to kind of also just kind of make sure we're understanding what we heard from you all today and gather some more information. And again, as you all have some other thoughts and reflections, we'll provide a way for you to be able to share those thoughts. Starting early next year, once we have that kind of framework established where we've described some of the problems and we've got some tentative emphasis areas set up, the next step is really kind of starting to dive in to these strategies. And I think our basic game plan is to have some forum like this in the spring where we, share some strategies and also just learn more about, what else may work. And maybe that's where the storytelling can come into play, where it's worked somewhere else, Davidson, or maybe I know we had some discussion about, like, what are some improvements that have been done elsewhere that we could kind of learn from. And that's really kind of the body of this work. Now, just to kind of quick recap on what our timeline looks like. I'm not sure how many of you are aware, but we talked a little bit about funding this morning, but there is the kind of the consistent funding opportunities out there through the state and other programs. But one thing that happened about 2 years ago at the federal level is Congress, passed a major infrastructure bill. And you may have heard about it. So through that infrastructure bill, they also incorporated several major grant programs that are discretionary funding that you can apply towards. And one of those, called Safe Streets for All, if you have a plan where, like what we're moving towards, it sets you up very nicely to be able to move forward and try to apply for some of those funding opportunities. So that's also kind of one effort that we're striving towards, and we're expecting that will happen probably in the summer. So anyways, if you ever feel like we're trying to move quickly, we are. But thank you guys for all your energy and focus today. There will be a lot more discussions to come. And if you have any other, like Kara said, you had some great ideas that I think we could bring back to the statewide level even. I'm not surprised that a lot of those good ideas come out from here. But any other kind of global pictures, observations from today that anybody would like to share? Well, I'm thankful. Oh, yes, go ahead.
I'd like to say thanks for this workshop. It gives a reassurance that we are being heard. And that's a word I intend to take back to the Vision Zero group, which I sit on, and with others here. And so thank you, Lauren and team.
Thank you. And thanks, Leslie and Doug, for giving us the space. Charlie, many of you guys were here all day. That's a major commitment. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Promise we won't ask of this on a regular basis, but this is kind of why we do this, because you just got to get in the groove, and we have a lot more ideas to share. Thanks, Becky, for driving here from Asheville. You get the award for driving the longest distance, I assume. We might be able to, but kind of had to. But if anybody has any questions about what this looks like or where we're headed, I would, if you're okay, Leslie and Doug, kind of nominate them as reach out to them, and then we'll be a resource to try to answer any questions y'all have. So anyways, thank you guys very much. We are going to very quickly begin cleaning up the room because the Board of Commissioners are meeting here in a couple hours. So they will appreciate us leaving the room neat and tidy at the end. So thank you guys for joining, and be safe.
And if you're not familiar with the boomerang, if you got one of these and it's empty, then just put it back. There's a little crate over here to the side. Just put the empty one in here as you leave. That's great. It's a water company that recycles the bottles.
I appreciate y'all. It takes all of us working.
Boomerang water, that's a great
Yeah, that is so cool.
Yeah.
Thanks for
joining us.
Thank you for inviting me.
It's a long day. I would like to sit.
It's been a long day. It's been exciting.
You guys have a hard time being here all day. Because I was like, I wasn't here all day. Shelley was here. I was here all day. I was there, believe I didn't fall asleep.
I was like,
I was so we got this room like
See you tomorrow. I hope so. I mean, I don't
I told her, I said, don't tell him to sit and sit. So I called her, I said, where you at? You told me not to be. She's in a parking lot out there. Yeah, she is. It says 10 minutes. Exactly. All right, buddy. We'll see you. See you.
Work through that. Well, we're just going to wait a year
Oh, we got it.
Yeah.
You go home and rest. You've been up doing things since early.
Yeah, thank you. See you, Bob.